Hello, good evening and welcome. Namaste, bienvenidos. I'm Rico Full of the European Cricket Network and we're back here in Gibraltar. We've got plenty more cricket and action to come your way. What a day you've had already. Thank you to the crew in Malta. We've come from Malta to Gibraltar. Malta 4 matches today, but now it's time for the night crew to do their business and we are going to rock you. We're going to blow you away. It's night number 12, match 23 and 24 coming up. Rugby CC take on the team at the top at the moment, the Pirates. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series T10 night series in Gibraltar and the action starts right here, right now. That is right, prepared to be rocked. Well, we are in Gibraltar and we will rock you here in this night series. 2 matches and 2 teams that are going to be very competitive. Pirates at the moment are sitting top of the table and Rugby CC are trying to play catch up. But to be fair, both teams in the last matches they played experienced some problems with the batting. They couldn't really get scores on the board. Pirates, though they did get 1 victory over the Sloggers, they were really sort of mashed. They were thrashed in the second game by 29 runs, so they won't like that. So they're coming into this match with a defeat behind them. And, well, Rugby CC, they took on the Entertainers, and they were expected by most people to get the 2 victories there, but they didn't. They lost both their matches. So teams have been a little bit troubled here with the batting, and I think that's going to continue. Look, with regards to the Pirates are a team which we know that if everybody clicks, they can go well. I mean, the problem is going to be for them, I think, at the moment today, that somebody like Nesta is not going to be available for them. That is a big miss. So Nesta's not around there. So I think something like Lorne Burns becomes key. He's going to be the key batter in the side. And they're also going to be having to rely on him with the ball as well. And maybe somebody like Richard Cunningham can provide him with some support. Rugby CC, it's all been about one man, hasn't it? Their captain, Ian Latin, 415 runs. It's quite amazing. He's almost 200 more runs to the nearest rival, which is Kieran Nesta, who's not playing in this match. But he needs some support, but he will be boosted because someone like Dave Barley, who hasn't played too much cricket here, is playing in this match. Watch out for him. I'm looking forward to see him as well. With the bowling, there's been good bowling from Ramaj. He's been very good. And of course, there's also Zachary Simpson. That's been very good for them as well. So we've got some good players, key players, but are they going to perform when it matters? Well, I'm going to make my way to the commentary box and leave you in the capable hands of the tournament referee, Stefan Cooch, who's with the 2 captains, Ian and Ryan, for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, Pirates to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
We'll have a bowl, please.
Okay, good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good game, all the best.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hello, good evening. ¿Qué tal todos? ¿Todo está bien? Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal. One, is lovely to have you back with us. Well, you've had a feast of cricket on the European Cricket Network today, have you not? First of all, those 4 matches from the Marsa International Cricket Ground in Malta, and from Malta to Gibraltar. Now it's time for us to rock you. This is the lineups we have for match number 23. The Pirates, the team at the top, taking on Rugby CC. But Pirates know that the Entertainers are breathing right down their necks at the moment, and they need to get, need to re-establish that margin that they had before. I think this is going to be an interesting game. I'm looking forward to seeing a man who's listed to open, Dave Barley. Haven't seen too much of him. I haven't seen him while I've been in Gibraltar. Hasn't played too many matches. Only 4 matches, but he's got around about 80 runs to his name. He's going to be key in this one and could provide the vital support that somebody like Ian Latin needs, who's been in great form at the moment, though he didn't quite click the last time round. But he's going to be one that everybody's here wanting to watch. This is what the bat versus ball wall is telling us here, saying that Rugby CC 98 to 89. I'm a little bit surprised about that. If you have a look at the average runs for and against, 87 for, but 89 against. So they're not doing it the way that they'd like to, whereas the Pirates 92 to 89, slightly better. But I think that a lot of that is based on that the more depth, perhaps, that Rugby CC have. They're not just relying on one person. 12 to 9 in terms of teams winning when they are fielding second. And I reckon that's probably the reason why we saw that coin toss going that way. I think Ryan Grimes is deciding, okay, let's go with the stats that, well, our stats guns, Ravi and Shazad, are kindly providing us with. So let's see how that goes. Remember, last year when we were here, it was, well, neck and neck. But batting second just seems to work. And I think the reason for that maybe is that we haven't really seen too many huge scores. Hello to everybody on the chat. Nice to know a lot of people on there nice and early. Chris Smith was there, and earlier Amanda Huntley there as well. Hello to everybody. Lovely to have you with us again. And I hope you're ready to be entertained. The good news is that the temperature are much better today. And when I say temperature, I mean the temperatures will be around 11 to 12 this time. We'll get to about 9 degrees later for the second match. But there's not so much breeze at the moment. Nothing like yesterday. Yesterday was gale force, and well, those of you that were around to watch those two entertaining games yesterday, you will know that, well, it was fierce. It was hard. We'll get ready to start here. So it will be Dave Barley and Ian Latin. No surprise there. We'll be doing the opening. Dave Barley will be taking the very first delivery. And we'll have the bails back on today as well, as it is not so windy at the moment as well. Hello to all of our global family, wherever you're watching from. And look, if you have got the opportunity to get on the chat, why don't you get on the chat? Let us know where you're watching from. Say hello to everybody. Tim Redmond saying hello to me. Hello back to you, Tim. Yeah, let us know where you're watching from, and maybe you can start a little bit of conversation on the chat. The umpires are ready. Sebastian Maynard will be taking charge of the first over, and Michael Charge is out there with him at square leg. He will join or stand next to the man who's out there as well. It looks like Stephen Gilbert is fielding at square. And we are ready to go. It will be the captain, Ryan Grimes, to start off. So Grimes to Barley, first ball of this match number 23 at this European Cricket T10 Night Series in Gibraltar. Here we go, the battle of bat versus ball. Here comes the first delivery. Barley hasn't been playing too regularly, so maybe a little bit out of touch. Plays this one nicely on the ground. It gets through the fielder, and the ball is racing away on this quick outfield. 4 runs, and what a lovely start that is from Barley. Cuatro carreras straight away. Beautiful shot. And, I like the way he just holds back. He doesn't get drawn into it. Doesn't play it too early. He waits and then keeps it all along the deck. Good effort from the fielder. Fielder काफी cautious the kitty सी, but चौका लग गया. 4 off the first. Nice start. Captain Grimes back again. This time I think he goes maybe just a little bit too wide, perhaps. Umpire I think has a look. Does it catch any of the line? I don't think it does. I think maybe he's just a little bit lucky. The skipper Grimes to get away with that one. Chris Smith saying hello. Hello, Chris Smith. He's also saying hello to James Stewart. This one would just be played away with soft hands into that mid-wicket area, where it is none other than Lorne Burns that comes in to do the fielding. Lorne Burns, of course, Spanish international. He's starting to click, isn't he? When we saw he was the only man really for the Pirates that was able to do anything last time around with the bat. Short bursts from him, aggressive batting, good delivery. He let him wait, and he wants it. Oh, he's going to have to be quick. Yes, he assesses that very well. I think he decides once it goes past his opposite number captain that he's able to get there. And Grimes, despite scuttling across this surface, not able to get there. So takes the single, gets himself off the mark. Good delivery. Just pitches this one up slightly more, getting a little bit of in swing as well. Yeah, we just see the shape of this one swinging in. And wouldn't have been LB because it does do a little bit too much, but that's a good area to bowl off the pads. Leg bye will be taken. I think this is a huge partnership, isn't it, really, for Rugby CC. It's very similar. This one, if it doesn't take anything on the way through, would have been called a wide. So obviously it does catch something. Maybe just brushes the pad. End of the first over. 7 runs from it. Lovely to be here in Gibraltar. Let's have a look at some of the stats. Now look, I mentioned Ian Latin. I mean, that's quite extraordinary, isn't it? 415. Ken Ernesto, who's not playing today, is 219. So that's 196 difference between him and second on the runs board. Norm Burns, I mentioned, he's going to be key here. And I think Rocker coming into the side is key for the Pirates as well. With the bowling, I think Thomas Ramage and Zachary Simpson, the Duracell Bunny, is going to be key as well. And I mentioned Richard Cunningham didn't pick up any wickets the last time we saw him, but he bowled a really good tidy line. Didn't give too many runs away. Could be time for him to perform here as well, along with Burns. Second over then. It's nicely played away. They'll take the single. Look, I just want to focus on Ian once more. I mean, we've got another stat. Thanks again to Ravi and Shazad for providing these, by the way. Look at the difference. That tells you just how far ahead he is. I mean, 415 to him. Kendall Nesta, 219. Julian Ferrone, who had a very good night the other day, 199 runs to him. And then Byron Zammit, who we haven't seen for a while for the Sloggers, on 198. This one will be called wide. And Garrett just pushes this too far. I mean, that's quite amazing. Paddy Hatchman, he had a good day yesterday, didn't he? Played some very important knocks for his team. But yeah, I mean, Ian's been superb. Paddy Hatchman, 41 and 48 yesterday. That's why he's right up there. Garrett once more. Better. Keeps better shape. Doesn't really fall away this time. Stays nice upright. Good follow through. Captain does the fielding. Hello to Shrug. And yeah, Shrug saying decent first day of action in Malta. Yeah, it was, but wasn't it a surprise, Shrug? I was surprised because more after this delivery. And this is really well hit. It's hit hard. And it will race away to the boundary. Perfectly struck. I think maybe this half a chance. It went so quick, to be fair. I don't think I saw just how close it was to the fielder. But it was aerial. He didn't hold back. Hits it on the up. And, well, it really did go very quickly. One like a bullet. One like a rocket. And 4 runs. Nicely struck by Barley. And living up to the expectations, to the build-up that I gave him. I know he hasn't played too much cricket in this series so far, but he looks the part, doesn't he? Opts to defend this one. I like that. And, I like that from batters. Just because he's hit one ball for the boundary doesn't mean he can do it every ball. It gives that some respect. Yeah, more on Malta after this ball if we get an opportunity. Full toss. Doesn't quite get this away. We'll take the single. Yeah, I mean, in Malta today, we started off with Swiyu United against the Royal Strikers. Swiyu United being boosted by Vidov Yadav, the player that we've seen on the scene in a few places. And batted very well today, but 2 wins for Swiyu United against the Royal Strikers. The surprise hit really has to be Masita Warriors beating Marsa, 3-time champions and reigning champions. Oh. Draws him into the shot. The wide is called. Let's see this one again. I wonder when it swings after a bit. No, it does swing before. Good stop by Christian Rocker. Diving to his right. But yeah, Marsa, reigning champions. They won 3 times. They got beat and easily beaten with Masita Warriors. And Divyas Kumar in the first match made a fantastic 70 for Masita Warriors. And then Sujith Sukumaran, somebody who I know can give the ball a good whack. It's all or nothing from him. He made a fine 56 in the second. Marsa just weren't up to the ball. So the reigning champions, they got some work to do. But look, it's early days. We've got 4 weeks of competition there in Marsa. So have over 100 matches as we have a look at the tables here. Pirates at the top, but Entertainers have been in great form right there now. But Rugby CC will want to put some distance between them and the Sloggers. The Sloggers lost out yesterday, didn't they? They had an opportunity perhaps to try and gain, but lost both their matches to the Entertainers. So they stay on 8 points. Rugby CC, they come to this match also having lost twice to the Entertainers. So they're looking to get back to winning ways. Well, both these teams are, because the Pirates, of course, did lose to the Sloggers the last time they shared the spoils. So both teams looking to get back to winning ways. Floats this one up. Bit of that in swing again from Ryan Grimes, the captain. 17, the score of 2, moves on to 18 now. Barley. So look around. The nicely played shot, and the placement of this is absolutely epic. What a shot this is. This is top draw, isn't it? Look at the shape. Look at the elbow. You know, they sometimes say, you know, when they're teaching you to play these shots, keep that elbow bent. Look at this. This was a terrific shot. Perfect timing, perfect placement. Look, that is out of the textbook. Absolutely beautiful. Sweeter than a chocolate cake, that. This time he tries to work it out onto into the covers. The man inside makes a stop. Last over off the power play. So after this, the field can be spread slightly by the Pirates. Mind you, at the moment, I think the only thing they could do, perhaps, looking at some of the boundaries we've seen so far, just put a sweeper in on the offside. I wouldn't go too defensive. This time he wants to go over the top, and he will go over the top. Balle, Guinness on a Shaka. Latin goes down on one knee, gets right under this as it sails over the boundary rope. That's a big 6. He takes on the fielder on the boundary and clears him with ease. It's a lovely shot. So, well, the two captains doing battle in the middle. And it's Grimes at the moment that has to take a bit of evasive action. But can he come back? And not a bad delivery. Comes a long way down. There's Latin. Sort of half an appeal. I don't know if there's a little bit of bat on this. I would say that the ball also has a long way to go. See, he a couple of steps down the wicket. And I don't see any bat on it, but I do think the ball is deviating down the leg side. Grimes to finish his spell. 18 from it so far. Not a good delivery. And you see there that Ian Latin just says, yeah, come through. We'll take it into 2 wides. He'd be disappointed with that one. And, that's always one thing that captains and coaches try to encourage the bowlers to do. Finish the over well. And bowling a wide, getting the extra ball in is, well, not the plan. This one's up in the air, and he gets enough on this. Chases on for the fielder, coming across from long on. Gets a slide in. Oh, no. Well, he does everything right, does the fielder. But the one thing he doesn't do is get anything. He makes a bridge. This is a bridge. This is a bridge that goes over the M1. Michael Lammin. Well, I like the intent. I like the effort. But unfortunately, look, he makes a bit of a bridge here. Look at that. Yeah, I make a few of those with Lego, or used to. Not a good look. You won't like that. And see, that just underlines the point I was making about finishing over well. Bowls the wide, has to bowl it again, and the ball goes to a boundary. So if you think 6 runs came off that one delivery, that 4 and the 2 wides, score moves on to 35 without loss. So quite a decent power play. We haven't seen too many huge power plays. Well, I haven't, certainly, the time that I've been in Gibraltar from Saturday. So that's probably quite a respectable one. And the key thing, of course, is 2 batters getting set. No wickets lost at the moment. And big time, big moment, Lorne Burns comes on to bowl. And gets this one straight through. And they'll take the bye here. And be disappointed to give that one away. I think Lorne Burns, you see, after he bowls it, he sort of stops. He thinks, oh, he can't believe it. He doesn't expect the batters to take the bye. Wicketkeeper not able to keep the ball in the gloves. Christian Rocker. But a good start from Lorne Burns. What a fantastic season he had last year, getting himself into the Spanish national side as well. Oh, another one that just goes through. This is an ugly shot, it really is. Just holding his, I mean, once he plays his shot, I don't know if we've got enough of this, we keep it running. Once he plays it, he sort of holds his hammy a little bit. I'm not sure if he's nursing a bit of an injury. That's why we're not seeing too much of him just here. Anyway, may see that later. This one is on the money. Didn't want to miss that one. Gets a fair bit of bat onto it. The batters will just take the one, and looking at the way that Barley ran to the other end there as he took that single, I think he probably is nursing a slight injury. Didn't really want to take the two. You see him doing a bit of stretching there now, the non-striker's end. Burns now to Ian Latin. This is a good contest. Latin uses his feet well this time and gets to the pitch of it. Guides this away to the man at long on field. That's been set here now with the power play over. He's got 1, 2, 3 men on the leg side boundary. Long off is straight as well, and the sweeper out in the covers. This has been launched and this is gone. This is huge. Que grande eso es. Eso es más dulce de tarta de chocolate. Adios, pelota. Well, what a big hit this is. Alon Burns just floats it up there. I think he maybe is expecting perhaps Dave Barley might come charging down, but Barley, he just plants that foot down, hits it hard, brutal, big hit, 6 runs. 26 or 14. Ball to go. This over and Burns takes his time. Flatter, well bowled, well played as well. Will take the single. The over comes to an end. 9 of it. And the score moves on to a healthy 45 without loss. 4 overs down now. Yeah, just focus a little bit more on the stats as you look at that scorecard. This partnership that's been developing pretty well. So I mentioned Ian Latin, he's been batting really well. Paddy Hatchman's in form as well. Somebody I haven't yet seen is Karan Stagno. He's only played 5 matches. And Avinash Pai is starting to come good as well. But with the bowling, Thomas Ramage, who we're going to see him today, 9 wickets, he's the highest wicket taker. Kabir Muripuri from Sloggers. Interestingly enough, had to keep wicket yesterday, so we didn't see him bowl at all. And then you got like Zachary Simpson and Gideon Crichton. And Andy Reyes, going to miss him in this first match. But Andy Reyes from the Pirates is listed to play the second, so that will boost the Pirates a little bit with bat and ball. He's a very good all-rounder, Reyes. Hit hard, gives it a fair thump. Doesn't quite carry to the fielder doing the sweeping. So they'll take the single. There's is Sean Ainsworth. Comes on to bowl. Ainsworth now to Latin. Latin gets down and he creams this beautifully. What a lovely shot once more. The fielder inside the 30-yard circle there. Stretches a hand out, but it's just placement. Makes the effort to get under it. Not that far above the fielder. It would have been a tremendous catch. And once it gets past him, the fielder there, Richard Cunningham, there's no way he's getting to it. Lovely shot, beautifully executed. Both these batters hitting well down the ground. Ainsworth wants a reply. Well, he goes wider, and this is really well played. Then the fielder there acrobatically gets some hand on this. It's a little bit wide, probably may have been called a wide. It isn't able to get as much power into it this time. Yeah, he does. That's good work. I think it's like a goalkeeper making a desperate goal line save. Takes the pace off it. I think otherwise it probably may have had enough to beat the man that's doing the sweeping out of the offside. 50 partnership up. Oh, this one. It's a much better delivery. Doesn't really move his feet. Maybe this does suggest that there could be a bit of an issue here with Dave Barley. Look, he doesn't get that foot forward at all, just relying on the brute force, brute power, but misses out on it. Ainsworth will be boosted by that one. Not by this one, called a wide. Latin thinks about it and decides no. But I think this is more to do with realising that Barley does have a slight injury and doesn't want to make it any worse. Yeah, Shrug is saying that Latin being the player of the tournament so far. Yeah, without a doubt, you cannot argue with that at all. I was talking about Andrew Reyes from the Pirates. He's made 124 runs in the series so far. Also
picked up 7 wickets, and that's why it's key that he comes back for them. As well bowled. Once again, positioning not right. And this back from Ainsworth, after being hit for a boundary. He's got a couple of good balls in. Let's see if he can finish it well. And so far, so good. Just losing his footing there for a moment, but the key thing is, still gets the ball in the right area. Yeah, just slightly off balance. No signs of any slipping. Finishes the over really well, just 7 off it. Score 52 at the halfway point. And a good time for me to welcome you all to Gibraltar. And once again, this is, you've got to admit, it's a fabulous complex. This is the Europa Point complex, and it's really good to have you. And well, you finally got your 6 matches as well. We've been talking a little bit about Malta, and of course Corey Ruckers and Vinny Sandhu were there, and we saw 4 really good matches and victories for Sui United against the Royal Strikers. But the big surprise was that the reigning champions Marsa were beaten by well, by a team that we know really well, Masida Warriors, and there were really some good performances there. I mentioned a 70 from somebody that I love seeing him play, a really good correct batter, Divyesh Kumar, but also Sajith Sukumaran punished Marsa as well. Marsa really just didn't look the part with the bat. It is early days there, but it was good to see the cricket coming from that magnificent Marsa International Ground. And good news is, of course, all of the rain and the water that was on the pitch the other day seems to have disappeared. And, this one's hit pretty hard. The sweeper will get into play again. So, yeah, and that will continue, remember. We'll give you a little bit more about what's coming up tomorrow, a bit later on. But, yeah, that will continue. So you'll always get the 4 matches from Malta. And then we'll be here to entertain you in the evening as well. Richard Cunningham. Picked him to be probably useful here, but he gets very lucky with this one. It's a full toss. I don't think this comes out as he expected. Probably going for the Yorker length delivery. One thing about Richard Cunningham and bowlers like him is the deception is in the pace. Batters have to get used to the fact that the ball's not coming on too quickly, and I think that's where he does his best work, but he's got to be careful not to over pitch. Obviously a little bit of moisture on the ball there, might be just from the air because it's very close to the sea here, so the cloth is being used. Yeah, this one has been hit hard and dealt with very well by Michael Lamin this time. Now this time he says, is not getting past me. Does really well. Just a single. Yeah, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He's floated up there, and the timing has to be spot on. Latin now faces Richard Cunningham. Similar delivery, and he gets the bottom part of the bat on this. And once again, goes to hand. So this is good. This is a good comeback here. The likes of, well, first of all, Ainsworth bowled very well, and then Burns before him, and now Cunningham is keeping it nice and tidy. This one's a little bit short, and I think he would have been better off perhaps trying to find and steer this into the gap between third and point. Goes right across it. No pace on it at all. The over comes to an end, and Richard Cunningham, he did this the other day. He didn't take any wickets, but he contained, and sometimes I think that could be just as important. He's got 6 wickets in the series so far. This is the 11th time that we're seeing it, but he is containing 58 without loss. So the most expensive bowler so far was Grimes, particularly because of that 10 off his second. I think we're probably getting to a point here now where both these batters will be deciding, right, one of us has to go. One of us has to go big, take it on. We've got plenty of batting still to come. And also, I think both these teams are playing again. So sometimes I think in the first match, when you've got a good start like this and you've got an opportunity to get somebody else in to have a knock, it's probably quite important. It's probably quite key. It will help them in the second match as well, just in case the 2 openers don't make a similar start. He's hit hard. He goes all the way down, but he's not hit hard enough. Will it be caught? Yes, it will. Well, it was like dealing with a hot potato. Richard Cunningham, he does the bowling, and then he says, yeah, I'm a little bit of a juggler. Juggle it just a little bit. Juggle, juggle, juggle. Takes the catch. But didn't quite get the middle that he was reaching for it. Watch here, you see how he's reaching. Loses his balance as well. That tells you that it's not the cleanest hit. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, y 4. Así, así, aja, aja, aja. Well, it was hot. It was spicy. There was a little bit of masala on it as well. But Richard Cunningham completes the catch. And it is 59 for 1. Ian Latin will go for 19 of 14 deliveries. And just as I was saying, that one of these two batters will have to start deciding, right, we need to open up. And that's exactly what happened. So another batter does get an opportunity. And, it's nice to see the new batter coming out, getting a lot of talk from Bali. Yeah, Aditya, lovely guy, was loved talking to. He's been around a bit, been travelling a bit, Aditya, but he's back. And I know, well, I can tell you one thing about him. If he gets going, he can smash it big. But just have a look at this again. Really good catch. Well done to Cunningham. And, well, I was saying that he's been very economical with the ball, even though he hasn't taken too many wickets. Well, maybe he has every right to take claim for that one. That was a really good catch. Not easy. It is chilly out there. I mean, nowhere near as windy as it was yesterday, but still, it's cold. And when that kookaburra's coming your way, it's going to sting. Well, he took the sting out of it, didn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4 veces. Here we go. Ainsworth back again. Good delivery. And wants maybe to take the run, but he's told to stay where he is. Atola Aditeo just drops the bat on this. Of course, remember Atola Aditeo playing at Khartoum as well. We had 1 or 2 exciting innings. So that's what he likes to do, wind it up and try and hit it hard. This time will be stopped by Michael Laming, just gets a single, so gets himself off the mark. So after a brisk start, the 50 came up in the 5th over. Just getting into the 60 here now, so they'd still be looking to get to the 100 here, but I think now a lot with the Latin going now, probably a lot depends on Bali. Full straight, not quite a full toss. It just hit straight down the ground. Burns. That's the fielding. Just bowled the 1 over, so maybe keeping him for the last. Remember, he was the one who bowled that last over the other day. And it was a very close match. And 13 were required for victory against the Sloggers. And the first ball went for 6, but he still held his nerve on Burns, so that's why they're holding him back. This one may be called a wide, I think. I mean, does move a fair bit, but no, nothing from the umpire here. I mean, he doesn't go. Yeah, I'm surprised with that decision because he doesn't move. Yeah, there we go. The wide has been called in the end. Yeah, that's the correct call, because if he was moving towards away from the off stump to try and do that, I would understand the umpire saying, well, no, you moved early, but he actually came down the wicket and then afterwards lunged to try and get to it. So, yeah, good call, liking that. Oh, that's a good delivery. Good change of angle from Ainsworth after keeping it pretty tight outside the off. He then gets a little bit closer to the umpire, gets this to swing in, and he's unlucky not to knock the timber over. The over comes to an end, so 62. Here's the score. This is what we've got coming up tomorrow. Looking forward to this. Got 2 new teams in action. Victoria Lions taking on the Southern Crusaders. We know the Southern Crusaders very well. They're a team that have been playing at the Namasa International Ground for many a time. But Gozo's Army, they weren't able to play day 1 where they were scheduled to play, but they come back and they're taking on the Bujiga Blasters. That'll be an interesting match. The Blasters are getting better all the time, so it'll be a really good contest. So 4 matches coming from Malta tomorrow. So we'll be starting at 9 o'clock local time there. It's floated up there, he's trying to get it through the gap, and he does. Just a little bit short, and that allows Barley to work this away. You see there, he waits for it. It's right in the hitting zone, as I like to call it. And all he had to make sure is that he doesn't try and hit it too hard, that he gets the timing on it, and he does. 4 runs. And they certainly needed that boundary. They went for a bit of a lull period where the boundaries hadn't come. But Cunningham needs to get it back. I think he just needs to get it a lot fuller. And Barley doesn't seem to be moving so freely when anything that's pretty full on the off or middle stump. Let's see the reply from Cunningham. He does. This is in the air, and is it going to carry to the fielder? No, it drops short. And it's Lamin who comes in and just sees it drop a metre or so in front of him. So didn't quite get the timing on that one, did Editor, but the key thing that he does, he gets the strike back. Editor now. He definitely will be going after Cunningham, I think. Definitely looking to hit over mid-wicket probably. Well, no, he tries to get funky. And tries to do the old reverse. The ball doesn't quite come up as much as he expects. It stays low. And the keeper, Christian Rocker, probably doesn't see too much of this, but does well. Get the pads in the way. But a bye will go on to the score. Yeah, they just want to keep the boundaries coming here. No doubt they're going to take him on for sure. Barley, 38 of 26. And slices it, no run. And Barley just saying to Editor, no, think about it. I think what he's saying to him is, hey, think about it. You know that I'm not going to be able to run too quickly. You see, he says, no, so there you go. He says, no, look, think about it. Think. Editor is saying, oh yeah, Gov. I remember now. Out on this Barley. I mean, if he stepped inside it, he would have got the Y. I think this is where you're looking to play the sweep shot, but once again, it's just not guilty of not moving his feet in the right area. He tries to create room for himself to whip this away. He gets himself a little bit tangled up. That was an opportunity. Similar delivery. This time gets a fair bit on it, and work to be done by Burns. Really well done. And I don't think Lon Burns was expecting to make this stop, but I think Michael Lamin thought, well, if you're coming, my money's on you stopping it, not me, because the last time I went down like that, I left a little bit of an opening. Lon Burns makes no mistakes, tremendous bit of fielding, and just showing all of his abilities. The Spanish international, and a very good spell of bowling from Richard Cunningham. Once again, as I said when he came on to bowl, he may not take many wickets, but he certainly does put batters under the hammer. He slows things down, and his economy rate is very, very good. Just 12 off his spell, 69 now for 8 overs. So 12 balls to come in the innings, and it's time really to rock and roll. They'll be looking to try and get to that 100, so looking to get around about 15 per over here. Burns still has an over to bowl, so I think this is the one they've got to go after. All happens in the 9th, we say. Let's see what's going to happen in this one. Not a lot. Big swing once again. Barley, when he first came out, moved his feet well, was timing the ball well, and was getting reward. Now, whether that's in connection to the slight injury that we think he's got, he's not moving his feet, and he's just not getting the timing right at all. Just looking for power. Dot ball. Good start from Garrett. Just losing his run up there. We'll go back to his mark. Picks this one up pretty well. Fielder's got work to do, and though Cunningham gets fingertips to it, this was always going to be a great effort from Richard Cunningham. He gives 110%, doesn't he? But this is a nice shot. Oh, well, he's not happy. Well, there are a few rugby posts around here. Richard, you trying to do a rugby kick or what? Well, it was a nice shot. It was a good shot. But look, he's tried. He loses his cap. Well, he loses it, and then he's trying to kick it away. Yeah, a bit of frustration, but he can't blame himself with that. I think he does well. But, good shot this time. It was better. He got into a better position. 73 for 1. Looking for a few more of those though, Barrett. 43 not out now. So eyeing up personal achievement as well. If you can get to the 50. Sorry, Barley. Swing and a miss. But too wide, according to the umpires. So, my ball signalled. Pretty decent with the extras up until now, to be fair. That's 10 now. Garrett once again. Firmly struck. No mistakes this time from Lamin. Just keeps it to 1. So, Edateo. It's time. You got to do something, is what Barley's saying to him. Come on, you've had 4 deliveries, just the 1 run. You've got to get a bit of that meat onto the ball. Send it to the boundary. Let's see if he can. Well, no, all he can do is send it to his stumps. So the stumps have been knocked over. Castle Tutgi. And it's Edateo. I think he knew he had to try and get going. He tries to, you see, he stopped right in front of his stumps here. But, well, big swing, head goes up, loses sight of the delivery, and just succeeds in just playing it onto his stumps. Stumps get shattered. Edateo has to go, disappointingly for 1 of 5 deliveries that he faced. And cleaned up, well bowled by Garrett. Two to come in the over, and I think one thing that Barley's probably saying to him is, hey, look, you know, well, I definitely want to face as many deliveries as possible. There's 2 to come in this one, so look, why don't you try and deal with these 2 and then leave the next 6 deliveries to me. If they do take a single here, he'll be keen to get back on strike of the last ball. Let's see. Well, this will help, and the fielder throws a foot at it, but that's probably not the way to deal with it. That's Ryan Cunningham. It went pretty quickly, but I think you've got to smother it, and he doesn't. Look, he needed to be sliding in, puts the right foot out, can't stop it. 4 runs, 4 very valuable runs. The bowler, Garrett, will be very disappointed. It was a perfect delivery to bowl to a new batter. It was right on the stumps. He attacked him. You've got to say that Harry Parr got a little bit fortunate there. And 4 runs to him. And clever, sensible. That's something which I was saying that Barley failed to do a few times. If it's there, just step inside it, take the wide, take the extra run. So 80 now comes onto the board. These 2 teams have played before. I'll give you those scores actually. Wait, maybe after this over is complete. And okay, don't mind that there. I think Garrett is just reminding Harry Parr to say, hey, you know, don't start too soon because I'm more than entitled to knock the bails off. It's actually Barley, isn't it? The non-strikers then. Hit it hard. It was a chance, and he's sending him back. And this is because he wants a strike, and he's gone. The direct hit. He gets his man. Well, he gave a warning to the batters earlier, saying, "Look, if you're out your crease, I'm going to get you." And well, they didn't listen. And well, this is all about Harry Parr not really reading the instructions on the manual. And the instructions were, we're not taking a single because I want the last over. And very well done there by the bowler, Mark Garrett. That had the opportunity to take the catch, put that down, and he thought, well, okay, I might have dropped you. Well, this goes down. He should have had it. He runs after it, said, Aja, Aja. And then there's the throw. Boom! Knocks him over. And he gets the target practice spot on. Harry Parr comes and goes. Well, he did get 4 valuable runs. Probably didn't know too much about them. But he'll go after facing the second delivery. We'll see that again here. So the catch not taken. And you can see there, Varley saying, hey, where are you going? We talked about this. And there's the direct hit. Parle still not happy about it. And Varley saying, you know I need to take the last over. I'm the set batter here. 80 for free. So let's see if they can get to sort of what's been the average sort of score here, around about the 1992. But 100 is what they would have wanted. Remember, they were in the 50s, I think 52 at the halfway point. So they've lost ground a little bit, but that has been thanks to some really good bowling as well. Take nothing away from the bowlers. Cunningham, Ainsworth and Garrett as well, bowling that last over, being very effective. So here we go, just as we expected Burns to bowl the last. It's not the best of deliveries, he's on the leg side, but maybe he realises that Barley has missed out on a few there and misses out on this one as well. So now, with the new batter, Advani, there, they can probably want to try and keep him there. Advani's made some good contributions. He's done more perhaps with the ball than with the bat, but you can't give it a clonk. And, oh, this one. If this goes straight, he's got him. I think this one just goes the other way. I'm sure it does. And beats him all, ends up. And you can see the wicketkeeper there, Christian Rocker, say, where did that one come from? Just watch this one go. Oh, wow, that's an absolute beauty. Yeah, well left. Wide ball. Advani says, I know you can move it, but I don't think you're going to move it that big. And Burns doesn't. They want a couple of boundaries here, don't they? They can just get to the 90s. It gives them a little bit extra. This one will be wide again, and that's going to work pretty well in their favour as well. Hang on a minute. What's been given here for the umpire? Is there a signal for wide? I think it will be, yeah. I think that's a correct call. Lorne Burns isn't happy about it, but it's down the leg side. Watch this. I don't know what he's complaining about here. Yeah, that's always a wide. And come on, Lorne, you should know better. You know the rules that we play to. And it's a naughty one, really, because it gives Barley the opportunity to get on strike. Let's see if Barley can get to his half century here. Hits it pretty hard. Cunningham do the fielding. But you can see there, I mean, if he was fitter, I say fitter, I mean that if he didn't have the niggle he's got, he definitely would have tried to get back for two and get back on strike, but it's just another single. So it hasn't really, the plan hasn't really worked where he's been able to accelerate in this over. And Burns, I'm not really sure what he is trying to do here. I mean, he's got one outside the off stump, which Advani had no idea on. And he keeps dragging this down the leg side. He's going to be disappointed with himself. He's better than that. Advani. Will he advance? Will he go after him? Oh, misses it. Oh, where's this going to end up? They're going to run hard. It might go all the way. It will. Very, very valuable runs with a 90 comes up with the buys. And Advani. And it's one that you can see the keeper, Christian Rocker, putting his hand up to Lorne Burns and say, yeah, sorry, that's my fault. But that's the one he's not able to pick that one, or nor is Advani, to be fair. So 4 valuable runs takes the score now to 90. This time it does go straight to the keeper. There we go. Scores are updated. So last ball. Got to go for this. Comes down. Hits it pretty well. And here we go all the way. Balle, balle. Shakalaka. Well, I would say to Advani, come down the track and have a go. And he does at the last ball. And he hits it well. He hits it clean. Goes all the way for 6. And they finish on 96. So that's a very good over. 16 coming off that one. 4 of them, of course, was 4 buys. But a few wides in there as well. Burns will be disappointed the way that he's finished this one. And, well, that gives us game on here. Rugby CC, 96 for 3. As we have a look at the highlights. It started with some cracking shots. I mean, both Barley and Latin really did play some lovely shots. Barley, I like the way that he early on, as I was saying, used his feet really well. This was delightful as well. The placement on that was just absolute top draw, really was. But this is one that Latin got right. And the difference between that one and the one that he got out was the balance. See the one he just hit there the time before? Beautiful balance. This one was ugly, wasn't it? You won't want to see that again, Mark and Lamin. But this one was big. This was the biggest of the night so far. That goes all the way. That was nice and sweet. This one gets it just over the infielder, 4 more. But this was at the point where the 50 partnership come up between these two. And I was saying that they've got to decide and say, right, we've got to go for it. We see here now, this is what I'm talking about. This is where he loses his balance, doesn't get it out the middle of the bat. And, well, Richard Cunningham doesn't get it in the middle of his hands, but he juggles it just a little bit and takes the catch. And that was a key moment because it seemed to be that wicket going, that Barley slowed down. I mean, that was a good hit. That was actually a nice one picked up. Cunningham wasn't very happy about it. He thinks he should have done better, but I think he did the best he could. But wasn't too many of it. Editeo didn't really get going. I mean, he hasn't played too many matches. He's been coming and going, hasn't got into the rhythm. Harry Palm got very lucky with this one. Got 4 runs before he was run out brilliantly. Well, he should have been caught and bowled. So he said, well, okay, if he's not going to go down as bowled by me, it's going to go down, or caught and bowled by me, it's going to go down as run out by me. I'm going to get my fantasy points one way or another. This one was, well, an naughty one. That took the score to 94 byes. And then this was the finish that we wanted. Dances down the track. 1, 2, 3, boom. Goes all the way. A big 6 runs. So a healthy finish from Rugby CC. And once again, we knew that Ian Ladin is the man that has been keeping them in the track or keeping them on winning ways. And Dave Barley, with his play, has always made a contribution, and he has here again today, 46. Dave Barley also used him as a bowler, but I'm just wondering if that injury is going to allow him to bowl or whether he won't be bowling here. But he bats really well, 46, bats all the way through the innings of 34 deliveries, and gets a score on the board, 96 for 3. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Ryan Grimes was a little bit expensive, but all the other bowlers were, apart from Lorne Burns that last over, he'd be very disappointed with that last one, 16 coming off it. But all the others, Richard Cunningham, he bowled very, very well. One wicket to Ainsworth, he bowled well as well. So I think nice and tidy most of the way through. It's just that one over towards the end, there was a couple of glaring misfields as well that probably allowed the opposition to get 8 more runs more than what they should, but it leaves it nice and interesting. So the mid-match summary in match number 23 here at the Europa Sports Complex is that Rugby CC 96 on the board, 97 required by the Pirates if they are to come back with a win. Remember, both these two teams, the last time we saw them, they were unsuccessful, so they're looking to get back to winning ways. Who will it be? Rugby CC or will it be the Pirates? Pirates, 97 for victory. Join me again in about 10 minutes' time when we resume match number 23. Volvemos in 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. The umpires, Sebastian Maynard and Michael Charge, have made their way out into the middle and followed by Rugby City. Thought the 100 was going to come up. Dave Barley, 46 not out, was really the main contributor there. And good partnership, 50-run partnership, opening partnership between him and Ian Latin gave them a good start. And then they lost their way a little bit thanks to some good bowling really from Richard Cunningham, Ainsworth as well. And Garrett got bowled a very good second over. They got a little bit fortunate with the last over from Burns, which went for 16. That helped them to get into the 90s. So 96 it will be, 97 for victory. And I think the key, look, with key players missing for the Pirates, remember there's no Kieran Nestor, who is their leading run scorer. 219 runs Kenroy Nestor, apologies, has to his name. They're also missing Andrew Reyes in this match as well. So Lon Burns really has to perform and he has to bat deep. The last few times that we've seen him, he hasn't been opening, he's coming in and he's been going for the jugular straight away. I think he just needs to set and pace himself a little bit in this one. He must realise and understand that he probably needs to stay there pretty well and try and bat a bit longer. Well, there's the Beanie. And this series will probably get known as the Beanie Night series. It's going to be Thomas Ramage to bowl the first, and he's been in very good form with the ball. Oh, he starts with an absolute peach, doesn't he? What a beauty that is. Yeah, this is a peach. Oh, what a lovely delivery. And bowling it to a very good batter as well. Leading wicket taker, joint with Kabir Miripuri, Thomas Ramage, 9. And this time he just tries to go a little bit straighter. The ball just takes the wrong line. Wide will be called. First runs to go on the board. I'll welcome everybody that's on the chat. And Amanda Huntley, hello to you. Sheffield Islam is there as well. And Android Tuner, hello, how are you? Nice looking shot, just pushes it away to take the single, but Ramage gets a round of applause from his teammates saying, yep, keep it there, that's all we need you to do. Nice and straight. So, it's time for me to see. Not seen him back before. And he gets a full toss. I'm going to say a gentle full toss, but the batter not able to get it past the fielder. So gets away with that one, really. Nicely stopped. Good field position, that. I like it. I think you've heard me talk about it a lot. Just have that mid-wicket in short. Save the singles. Bit of width. Throws the bat at it. No run. Aditya makes the stop. A couple of dot balls in here now, putting the pressure on. Ramage won't want to throw this away. And, Advani says, hey, give it to me. I'll give it a wipe for you. It's nicely played away. That's beautifully timed. A lovely shot. Just a little leg glance. We've seen a number of batters miss out on deliveries like this here today, but that's dealt with beautifully, isn't it? It was always going to be a wide. Well, as I say, if you can get a boundary from it, or you take the boundary, it's only a crime for me if you just end up getting one, because basically you would have got that anyway, so you lose out on the delivery. That's nicely clipped away. I like that shot from Christian Rocker. So Ramage needs to come back now. After bowling a couple of good deliveries, just strays down the leg side. Bowled a similar one to Burns, but Burns wasn't able to put it away. This one also a bit on the legs and wasn't able to get his pad out of the way. Not really playing a shot here. I don't think the ball is going to go on to hit the stump, so there's no danger of that. You see, probably missing by a stump. But interesting how the ball before he was able to work it away for a boundary. And this one he decides not to play at it. That will be the end of the over, so he does manage to finish without conceding too many more with those wides. 6 the score. And, well, the score in terms of matches without a golden ball, 86. Hey, where's it going to come? Are we going to get one here before they get one in Malta? What do you think? Look, Malta is known for delivering golden balls, you have to say. There's been a few, and they're going to be playing more games through the day. 4 of them compared to our 2. As this is nicely worked away, that's going to be 4 runs. This is a lovely shot. This is all about rocking back, not trying to hit the ball too hard, getting right on top of it, keeps the head perfectly still and steers it away in between the man at third and point. Really, really nice shot, gloriously played. And Burns, that will certainly help. You don't want to give him too much width and you don't want to bowl short to him. That is for sure. Not a good start by Dave Marley. And that won't help either. It's a full toss. It's going to be, oh, well, that's going to be 4. It's going to be 4. They're going to look at this again, but unfortunately, though it is a remarkable stop, the foot is on the other side of the rope. And have a look at this again. I mean, the stop is incredible. I don't know how he's done it. It was a Gundy ball, but just watch here. It's an amazing stop, but the foot is over the line. And Shubnavjot Singh, he's onto it straight away. He sees it, and he's signalling. The umpires have communicated with the third umpire, who for this match is Stefan Gooch. And Stefan is spot on there. A good spot from everybody. It's a remarkable stop. I have to say, it really was. But unfortunately, Jamie Templeton, he didn't know where his foot was. It's again a little bit too short. And Burns, disappointed he's missed out on that one. All he needs to do is swivel and get right under it because there's nobody back on the boundary in the 45. Just the one man out in that square leg region. And long on at the moment in this power play. Barley short again, and work to be done by Templeton this time. Deals with it nicely, gets the throw in. Yeah, just a little bit too short. I mean, the question worse for me is whether he would be bowling or not, because I did see signs of a slight injury from him, but he's obviously going through the motions here. And this time he gets the line better. Still a little bit short, but he's not down the leg side. Burns, again, be disappointed he wasn't able to get onto that one. Take the single, in comes the throw. He'll have to hustle to get back, he does. So, over comes to an end. Score after 2 moves to 17. And we were talking about golden balls, 89. So like I'm saying, Malta has a history of golden balls and some classic ones as well. But yeah, we could pull up. So look, the way it's going at the moment is 17 and 17. 2 over score for Rugby CC was 17, and the 2 over score here is 17 as well. Quick glimpse of the tables. Pirates sitting on top. Rugby wants to get right behind him, or right up there with him. I mean, if they can do the double, there's no reason why they can't. Remember, Pirates did have a slip up the other day against the Sloggers, where they lost, well, they were thrashed in the second match for 29 runs. Oh, edge, nothing the wicketkeeper can do about it. Chases on, and the man on skis gets there, and that's really well. I could understand that gear yesterday. I don't think it's that cold here today. Chases it well. Zachary Simpson. Going to see him pretty soon, no doubt. Thomas Rummage. Same ears again. This time the ball doesn't catch the edge. Bowls 4, 5 good balls, but always lets himself down with a loose one. At the moment, it's doing well. That one started to swing in the air. We'll see it here now. Starts to swing pretty late, actually, just about in there. But missed out. So a couple of times, I mean, he played a really nice shot, Rocco, on the leg side earlier. He got a boundary, but he's missed out on a couple since. This is hit hard, and though it goes high, it doesn't go long, hasn't got the distance. One bounce. Or if it goes to the fielder. I get the feeling here that Burns will try to go after Rummage here because he knows that they don't want to quite over in here. They need to keep and stay with the rate. Just over 10 at the moment. Short. Gets an opportunity, but this time to the fielder. Isn't able to pierce the gap between point and cover. No run. That's the short one. That's the one I'm talking about. There's always that one, or there's the one which is way down the leg side, almost a full toss on the leg. So he's got away with that. Can he finish it off here? Just 9 of his over. 9 of his spell, I should say. Ball to go in it. 20 is the score. So nicely played. And that one really does pop up. Look at the reactions from the keeper here, Harry Park. He really does sort of surprise him. Watch this from Harry Park. He's like, he thinks, hang on a minute, I could be in danger here. But what a fine bit of fielding that is as well, though. And sometimes this is what you've got to do, and that is Dave Barley. A lovely stop. I think if that gets past him, that was timed so well, that was going to be 4 runs. So the power play comes to an end. And this is where they just start to fall behind now. 21 without loss. And this is where the captain's second over, Ryan Grimes, was a little bit expensive. And the power play ended pretty decently on 35. You can see that there, reflected there. Advani, the man who blasted a 6. The last ball of the innings is coming on to bowl. I've liked what Advani's been doing. He's been right up there as one of the key bowlers for his side. Let's see if he can maintain his good form. And really, it's the likes of Advani when he's come on, and also Simpson, that have really caused a few issues for the opposition. So it's probably going to be the Advani and Simpson. So flights it up. And if that hits the pad, that's probably pretty close. Burns is shaking his head. Let's look at this again. Is this bad on this? It's floated up. No, there isn't, but it's just going down leg. Only just. Only just. No, this one is outside off, so he rocks back. Misses out on it. So a little bit of frustration here now on Lauren Burns. 12 deliveries now and 13 to his name. Very different to the sort of innings that we saw him play the last couple of times that I've certainly seen him, where he's been going after the ball and getting to 19s and 20s pretty quickly. Varney, similar delivery again, and they're rushed to take the single. Right now, at the moment, I don't think Rugby CC are going to be that disappointed or worried about singles. Just want to get that rate to keep creeping up. It's over 11 at the moment. Chris Smith back in the chat. Tiffany Sanders being there as well. This is floated up and it's going to be called a wide, so just gets the line wrong. A bit of a appeal there for Harry Parle. I think maybe just trying to throw off the keeper. Last time these two teams met, Rugby 87 for 6. Ian Ladden got 38 of those. Ryan Grimes took 2 for 18. The Pirates got there 91 for 1. Kenro Noster 29 of 17. It was a 9-wicket victory with 17 balls to go. So very comprehensive. But in match 12, it was the turn for Rugby CC. Ian Ladden 52 of 21. Dave Barley made 22 of 21. And well, they won that quite comfortably in the end, but it was a close one, wasn't it? More on that in a moment. Let's just see this. And he's got his man. He's right up on the money. And Rocker has been rocked. Well, the stumps have been rocked back. And it is Nikhil Advani that gets the breakthrough that they needed. They're not trying to do too much with it, just putting it up there and basically saying to the batter, it's there. If you want to take me on, take me on. But the line is good. He keeps it wicket to wicket. You can see here, look, he gives himself a little bit of space to get underneath it and trying to hit it straight down the ground. Misses it and goes. And it's a slow walk back. As well, the congratulations from all round. Like to see Zachary Simpson there saying to Advani, well bowled. So that will be the end of Rocker. He's going to be a little bit disappointed. He's a new batter now. He's making his way out. It's someone else that I haven't seen perform as yet is David Robeson. We'll go for 6 of the 10 deliveries that he faced. Beautifully bowled by Advani. Advani just sticking to his guns. He just says, I'm just going to float it up there. If you want to go after me, fine. I've got my field set. 2 men straight. They're very wide. Mid-wicket as well. Square leg back. And respect from Robeson. It's a dot. 23 for 1 after 4. Just 2 runs of that and the 1 wicket. Fantastically bowled And right now you can see that Rugby CC are looking to be in a good position in this match. But one over can change everything. Yeah, just go back to that match I was talking about when they played the second time round. And as I said, it was a close one. It went down to the wire, didn't it? And it was with the Pirates needing 100 for victory. They got 97 for 4. Jonathan West made 48-30. And Rugby CC winning just by 2 runs. So these two teams are even Stevens. Bad ball to Gigundi, and he latches onto this and puts it away. You can't afford to bowl bad to good batters. And well, this one is always going down leg side, and this time, because it's short, Lon Burns rocks back, puts it away. And not a good start from Matthews. Burns now knows the importance of he's not more so than ever now with Christian. Nice to see Matthews sprinting hard, trying to put pressure on the fielders to cause maybe a misfield. Templeton, no mistakes from him. And Burns has to settle for a single. So David Robeson, what can he do? Well, doesn't have to do too much with this. That's good work from Harry Parr behind the stumps. Not a good delivery. So John Matthews straying down the leg side. Better, sees the batter coming down the track, so just takes a bit of pace off it and bowls it a little bit shorter and just get the single. Can't. This is the thing here now. Burns goes back on the strike, 19 of 15. Can't bowl short to him because he will put it away. 3 4s so far. And this one is a gentle full toss, and Burns just not getting into the rhythm, is he? Obviously likes the ball coming on. Yeah, I mean, he's on 19. Remember, I mean, he's scored 12 of those in 3 balls. It just goes to show just how many balls, how many dot balls there have been in there as well. That was just another one for Matthews. It was a gentle full toss and nothing from it. This one is short and worked away. Fielder Templeton got work to do. Does well. They're taking him on and they'll get there. Templeton makes a good stop, but he's in a position where he's not able to get a strong throw in. This time, no mistakes from Templeton. This keeps his feet inside, makes the stop, but the ball just escapes him slightly and the batters come back and take 2. Matthews, not a bad over so far. And let's see if he can finish well. Burns, he likes the cut shot, plays it well. He'll probably settle for the single to take himself back on strike at the end of the over, so halfway point. And a little bit behind here now, so that rate is getting further away from them. Ron Burns is playing some nice shots, but there's also been a few dot balls there as well. Hello to everybody and welcome back to Gibraltar. Hey, some fascinating facts about Gibraltar. And look, one of the things a lot of people come to Gibraltar for is the tax benefits. And not that I want to encourage you to do naughty things. I mean, if you're a smoker, you need to give up. But if you're on the road to giving up, you know, for example, cigarettes, packet of cigarettes could be 10 euros, 10 pounds, I should say, in England, 2 euros here. If you're a drinker, well, drink sociably, but a bottle of gin, 25 pounds here, 10 pounds. So a lot of tax benefits. As this one has been well hit. Templeton does well. They'll take the single. And another thing that Gibraltar is known for, look, if you want to get married in a hurry, all you got to do is fly out here, fly out tonight, fill out some paperwork, you can get married tomorrow. And people like Sean Connery and also John Lennon have done that. Sean Connery a number of times, of course. So Gibraltar, a lot of benefits of coming to Gibraltar. And one of the other benefits, of course, is you watch some really good entertaining cricket here at this Europa Point. Goes right across. This is on the stumps. Maybe, I think, fractionally pitching just outside the off. So get away with it. Let's keep an eye on it. Yeah, I mean, I've seen him given. I will say that I've seen him given, but just fractional. I think if I was to, I mean, Andres will kill me, but if I got my marker and my ruler out and drew a straight line wicket to wicket, you'd probably find it was just outside the line. Leg by has been correctly signalled now. It was close, like as I have seen and given. Oh, this one may be out, and it is out. Yeah, to be honest, I know Lorne Burns doesn't like it. As an umpire, if I'm standing there and looking at that first time round, I cannot see a reason not to give it. This is full, it's straight. I don't think it's hit anything else. Yeah, that's out for me. Unfortunately, I think the ball is going to go on and hit middle stick. It might have hit his middle stick, but it certainly would have hit the middle sticks of the stumps as well. So Lorne Burns, unfortunately, there wasn't too much power in the delivery. He's been frustrated, hasn't he? He's played some nice shots. He has put 3 balls away to the boundary, 4s, but he struggled with quite a lot of time. I just get the feeling he likes pace on the ball, and he just didn't get that. He'll go for 23, and of 20 deliveries as well, so you can see just how hard it was for him to get going. He goes, and Mark Garrett comes out there now, so you just get the feeling here that if something doesn't happen quickly here, if somebody like Garrett or Robeson isn't able to notch up a few boundaries, they're going to find themselves played out of this match. I mean, at the moment, they're just under 14 required per over. Advani bowling so well. And, once again, just lofted up there. And nice to see Editeo diving around, make the stop, no run. So one thing that I've noticed, probably more so than anywhere else where I've travelled, is how successful the bowlers have been in just keeping the pace off the ball. No pace on it, get going. So I'm going to dance down the track and I'm going to try and hit you straight over the top. That's what the batters have to be confident enough to do, but at the moment, it's just not happening. You see, they're just waiting on the back foot. And if they are getting bat onto ball, it's just a single. And I think Rugby CC at the moment can say, yeah, you can have those all night long. We don't worry about those, because those are not going to win the game for the Pirates. And another tremendous over. Really, I mean, look at those bowling figures. 2 wickets and just conceding 4 runs. Advani, take a bow. Sensational. 36. Score for 2. Yeah, just haven't really got things going here. I'll give you the scores per over. Just bring that up on my screen, and you'll see just how much they've struggled. So first over 6, and 11 of the second, and after that 4, 2, 10, and 3. That last one. And this is again, it's going to be more tiki-taka. They really are struggling to try and get any sort of force on the ball and getting any sort of strong impact where they can get these boundaries. They've got to just go after it. Somebody's got to back themselves and say, you know what? Yeah, I'm going after this. I'm going to commit. I'm going to be assertive. I'm going to attack. I'm going to show positive intent. Advani. Superb bowling from him there. 2 for 4 is Zachary Simpson. We know Zachary, what he can do. And Charlie Hunt. Hello, Charlie, who started the series off here. Not only started this series off here, started the 2023 European Cricket Network campaign off. The nickname Zachary Simpson. The Duracell Bunny. So the Duracell Bunny, there he is. He's into the action. Bowling this, the 7th over. This goes, I think, goes through the batter in between his legs, so won't be called wide. Bit of a, oh no, it doesn't actually. So obviously touches something on the way through. No wide call. That's where he needs to be. So gets another one through. And once again, just underlining what I've been saying, that here in Gibraltar, batters just haven't been able to put this sort of style of bowling away. They've struggled against it. Haven't been able to come down the pitch. You see just there, his weights on it. Goes on the back foot, weights, rather than take a couple of steps forward and try to drive the ball straight. The field is set for it, in fairness. Mid on is back. So you've got long off, long on, mid wicket, square leg, just a one sweeper on the off. It's no ball, completely off the pitch. So, Duracell Bunny well, they say it goes on and on and on and on and on. Well, maybe these ones need replacing. Let's see. And this one is probably also going to be wide. Yeah, he's just losing his line. He's probably trying to do the right thing and keeping the ball outside the off stump. Just going a little bit too wide. So free hit still in place. Garrett got the license to go to full Monty, will he? He gets a fair bit on this, but this is going to go just tamely through the fielder. Of course, wouldn't have mattered if it was a wicket. It wouldn't have counted because it was a free hit. End of the over. So despite the issues and the extras, it's only 6 runs that come off it. These two teams, they do it again. The way it's looking at the moment, unless we see something remarkable happen, it's going to be a comfortable victory for Rugby. So it looks like Rugby CC, after those 2 losses to Entertainers, will have come and bounced back well. But Pirates, well, they're looking at 2 defeats on this trot now. Lost the last match to Sloggers, where they got badly beat, and looks like they're going to take a bit of a thumping here as well, unless we can see some thumping of that Kookaburra from the batters. But as you can see there, that ball is not even getting to the 30-yard circle. So pace off seems to be the secret here, Rugby CC. Asking the question, shake of the head. Wicketkeeper went up pretty quickly. The batter had to make sure, David Robeson, that he gets back pretty quickly. Oh, look at this once more. It's wind the way back, and I really don't know what that is missing, to be honest. I have to say, that was pretty close to me. Hits this pretty well, but well stopped. John Matthews doing the fielding. Gomila. It's another one that goes through. Just not happening, is it? And the Pirates, their troubles with the bat continue. Temperton will do the fielding, gets the throw in. The batters, it would have been risky to try and take the 2 there. That rate now is gone past that point of no return. You can see the next batter, Michael Lemon, he's keen to get out there. He's hovering, says, let me at him. This one will be a wide. Michael Lemon saying, leave it to me, leave it to me. This has been hit pretty hard, and this one may go to the boundary. It will. So finally, we see another boundary, and it's a good shot as well. And well, we saw 3 fours from Burns, 1 from Christian Rocco, who that's how he got off the mark with a little leg glance, and then that's the next one. Well, there he is, Michael Lemon saying, "Hey, come on, let me out there, let me out there, let me do my thing." He's very frustrated. He's walking around. He wants to get in there, but you can see there the difference between the 2 Manhattans there is quite vast. Only on 2 occasions have they gone past the double-figure score. And that 4 there from Gumila's last ball will help, but brings the 50 up. But they got a long way to go. Gone. Absolutely done him, and that's well bowled. And that's what he does, Zachary Simpson. I mean, he's not one of those bowlers that you can say, well, he's religiously going to get the ball on the money every single ball. There's going to be some loose ones. There's going to be some wides. There's going to be the odd no ball. But eventually he'll get you, and that's really well bowled. There's 6, isn't it? You never know what's going to come next. Well, Michael Lemon, he was walking and head down and muttering to himself. He wants to get out there. Let me out there. Let me do my business. Well, he's out there now. Let's see what he can do. Can he pull off what would be something that's quite amazing? To basically need 2 big magical overs as we are in the 9th here. And Simpson picks up his first wicket. And he will now be bowling to Lamin, who, well, he hit it pretty well. But it will only go as far as Temperton, who's fielded and covered that area really well. He's made it his, hasn't he? He's put his name on it. Only the one that went past him, but other than that, he's been there all the time. Mr. Maximo on the chat saying he's a huge fan of the Duracell Bunny. Full toss. Banged into the ground. Only will be a single. So it looks like Rugby CC, remember, they had those 2 defeats to entertainers. And match number 17 and 18. The matches they were expected to win. They've come back, and they've come back with a bang. They've been boosted by Barley in the side. I think they do need him. In the air. It will just be, once again, a single. There shouldn't be any issues there from the outfielders. It will be just another single. So they come back with a bang and now be looking to see if they can do the double here. I mean, do the double over them. And they'll be level on points with the Pirates. So the Pirates certainly, after having a big advantage at the earlier stage in this series over the other teams, well, that advantage will slip away. But look, they're a good team. They've got some good players there. Expecting them to bounce back and make the next match between these two coming up a bit more competitive. Big swing and just, yeah, I mean, that's the right call for me. You can see Simpson a little bit disappointed, but he just goes a little bit too wide. So it's another extra that goes on the board. I'll give you that extra count at the moment, and it'll tell you just how much they've struggled to score with the bat. The Pirates. I mean, it's now 7 wides. Make that 8. It's just been updated. 8 wides. We've seen 10 extras in total. It's a leg by, and there's a no ball in there as well. So 10 in extras. So they really have struggled to make things happen here. End of the over. Simpson, once again, good bowling figures from him. Picks up 1 for 11 and the score 55 for 3. So very, very low par as we go into the last. Short. Quick reactions there from Harry Parler. I think the batter probably does get back. This will maybe confirm it. It's a big swing, and well, I think he would have been late. I think if that had hit, I think Robeson would have had to depart. Gives it a bit of a thump. They think about 2 the batters, run the first one hard, but no mistakes from the fielders. I mean, that's Ian Latin, the captain. Won't he be a happy man? And usually when his side get victories, he's scored a mountain of runs, but they're going to be winning this one with him not doing all of the main scoring, and that's going to be a good plus point for him as a captain. He's got 19 or 14. But the main contributor for them, of course, was Dave Barney. Batted really well indeed. 46 of 34. It's nicely played, and it's probably got enough to go to the boundary. It does. Well, you can see why Michael Lemon wanted to get out there. He said, I can get it moving a little bit more quicker, and he definitely can. There haven't been too many boundaries in this innings. This is one of them. He plays this really well. I like the way he keeps his head nice and still and sort of carves that away, doesn't he? Like he's carving a bit of the turkey. Carved it away in the gap. And once again, you see this outfield, you time the ball well, get it in the gap, the ball races to it. He should have left that one alone, really. He wanted to get back onto it and get the single. So we get down to the last ball of this first match, and you have to say that I was expecting it to be a little bit more competitive than it was. The Pirates will be disappointed, but I'm sure they will bounce back well. And remember, the next match will probably be coming up in around about just over 20 minutes or so. So it gives you a chance to maybe put the kettle on, and if you haven't had a bite to eat yet, maybe get yourself a little snack and get ready to join us again, because these two teams do it all over again, and maybe a little bit more competitive. I know the Pirates will not want to let Rugby CC join them at the top, so they'll do their best. I mean, they're a little bit under fire. They're missing 1 or 2 of their key players, aren't they? There's no Kenroy Nesta, but they do get Andrew Reyes back, and I think that will make a big difference as we have a look at the highlights. You see early on, I mean, that was a lovely shot from Christian Rocker. And he showed how those balls on the leg side needed to be dealt with. And we saw some good shots also from Lorne Burns, but unfortunately they were few and far between. They weren't able to really back them up. But the fielding, you have to say, don't take anything away from the fielding. There's one thing I like about Rugby CC is they bat the bowlers up really well, and the bowlers, fair play to them, not trying to do too much with the ball, just keeping it up there. And well, Advani, didn't he bowl well? Just like the way he gets the ball up the drifter. And that's the thing with them. You've got Advani that bowls very similar to that way. Simpson is the same as well. And I think John Matthews, who bowled really well, just keeping the ball right up there. Lorne Burns a little bit disappointed to be given out there, but I think on reflection, when he looks back, he'll probably feel that it probably was the right decision. And there's Simpson. Well, he strayed it around a little bit. Sometimes outside off too much, sometimes too much down the leg. But when he gets it right, he is a handful. And, well, Simpson, he certainly is enjoying himself at the moment, right up there as one of the top wicket takers now. He's picked up 9 wickets in the series. So, quick look at that scorecard. Lorne Burns was the main contributor, but just wasn't able to be consistent enough. Once again, I think he likes to pace on. He likes to pace on. There was no pace on the ball. I think Rugby CC played that card really well indeed. Just have a look at the bowling figures here. And the most expensive, John Matthews, and 16 of his 2 overs. That is not bad at all. But Rummage keeps doing what he does. No pace on it, right up there. Dave Barley just bowled the 1. He was a little bit expensive, but Advani was superb. Simpson once again bowled really well indeed. And so victory, a comfortable one, once again by 35 runs to Rugby CC. They are back. So the disappointment of the defeat against the Entertainers, they're back where they want to be. And remember, we'll be right back as well. And you'll see the clock and the timer come up there in a short while. We'll just have a quick look at the table. So Rugby CC now are on the move. They're on the march, and they have an opportunity now to join the Entertainers in second spot, just a couple of points behind the Pirates if they can get another victory here. So join me, Rico Full, and the rest of the European Cricket Network crew when we come back in, well, you can see there now, just under 30 minutes time. We'll be right back for the next match between Rugby CC and the Pirates. Join us then.
Hello and welcome back. I'm just admiring the views here at this fantastic Europa Point Stadium. It's fantastic. You got the Med Sea, the Atlantic Sea there, and the scenery today very different to what we were experiencing yesterday. And also the cricket though has been very good. We've got two top teams that did battle in the first match, and now the Pirates and Rugby CC, they do it all over again. Let's join the two captains in the middle with the tournament referee Stefan Gooch for the all-important coin toss.
Rugby to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It's tails.
We'll have a bowl, please.
Good luck, guys. All the best.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Good luck.
Hello, welcome back. So as you've seen that in match number 24 that's come out now, Ryan winning the toss again for the Pirates. Ryan, going to have a field again. Didn't quite work first time round. What's the theory behind this?
Previous days when we fielded first, we've chased fairly well, so we'll give that a go again and hopefully it'll go better than last time.
Yeah, I think in fairness, the fielding and the bowling was pretty good. I think it's just the batters that couldn't get going. Not for the first time we've seen teams struggle with the batting.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just something that you either have it or you don't on the day, and I think key for us would be get this man early and see how it goes. Yeah,
this man early, of course, is Ian Latin, whose form has been superb. Though the last few knocks not quite been there, but I mean, it must feel good. I mean, 415 runs already. It still must feel good, though, if you don't perform, but the team still put a performance like that in and win. And I think you must be pretty happy to have Dave Barley in the side.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave really stood up. He played some proper cricket shots. I think that's what we're guilty of not doing, and that's trying to overhit the ball. I'm certainly guilty of it, losing our shape, whereas he played some textbook drives and the ball raced to the boundary. So I think people just need to stick to the basics. I should follow my own advice really, but it's something, yeah, like I said, it's great to have Dave back. He's just stepped up and we've got one or two other batsmen who could do a job, but the pressure's off a little bit. So
yeah, it looks like you've done your homework as well, because I think there was a big effort to keep the pace off the ball to the batters of the Pirates. So, okay, gents, this match coming up, match number 24, I hope it's going to be entertaining. So one thing, what's going to be different in this match for yourself if you're going to be victorious, Ryan?
Probably more runs on the board.
Yeah.
I think it's as simple as that. I think we were unlucky with the start we got off in the power play, so I think ideally have a better power play to set us off on the right foot and see where it goes with the bat. I think fielding, I think we bowled and fielded relatively well. Just I think take our chances and see where we go.
Okay, Ian?
I think we just need to do the basics again, get our bodies behind the ball in the field, control what we can control, make sure we don't bowl any sort of full tossers or any 6 or 4 balls, and again just put it in the right spot and hope for the best really.
Yeah.
It's an action-packed format, anything can happen, so...
Yeah, absolutely right, anything can happen, and we've seen a number of times that when the two teams have come together, the evens have been shared. Maybe the same thing will happen here, maybe Pirates will bounce back. Well, I'm going to leave you two gentlemen to go back to your squad, get ready for the match, and I'm going to make my way up to the commentary box. So just a reminder, this match number 24, coming up, and it's going to be the Pirates that are going to have a field first.
Well, there you have it. It's nice to be back here. That was very nice to be out there, speaking to Ryan Grimes and also to Ian Latin, just sharing some of their thoughts going into this match, just having a look at the teams there. And I think one of the key thing really you got to say is that there's a little bit more depth coming in for the Pirates, and that's important. They needed something else, some more with the batting, and let's see if they're able to do it this time round. Rugby CC in Latin, we were very happy with the way his team played. Not only were they able to get a victory without him making a real big contribution, I think Dave Barley playing a good part in it, but I think the way they fielded was outstanding. Rugby CC, once again, they're pipped to win this one 93 to 88. And so again, it's supposed to be a close one. That when we saw these two teams the first time, the second match was very close. It was just 2 runs in it. 99 was put on the board by Rugby CC, and the Pirates just fell short. So it's going to be, it fell short by 2 runs. So if it's a close one like that, we're going to have an exciting finish. So let's get ready to go in this one. And, you can see with the batting, okay, slight change. So Adoteo is going to go out. They didn't quite have things go his way in the first one. and played and missed at a few, and then in the end he ended up getting himself out. But he was in at a time when he had to go for the big shots, so this time he'll be hoping that he has a little bit more time to get himself in and be able to put a bit of an innings together. His partner is Ian Laddon at the non-striker's end, and Dave Barley will probably be coming in at the number 3 position. But Andrew Reyes is the big plus for the Pirates. Let's see if he can help to boost the Pirates with the batting and also with the bowling. So here he goes. Garrett starts with a weight swinging, a Yorker attempted delivery. Ends up being more of a full toss, but Adetail gets plenty of bat on and gets the proceedings on the way, gets his team off the mark. Just reaching out to it, quite happy just to get himself off the mark. Welcome back to everybody on the chat as well. Plenty of gossip been happening there. Nice to have you all with us. Ian gets in line with this one. He'll get off the mark as well. Temperature's now around about 8 to 9 degrees, so it's a lot cooler, but the wind nowhere near as strong as it has been. Adetail tees himself up to smash this one away on the leg side. Gets into position pretty quickly, but not able to get the desired contact. Garrett bowled very well in the first match. It's all about trying to contain. But of course the main thing is to try and get the wicket off that man Ian Latin early. Good delivery from Garrett, Yorker length. Just swing it in ever so slightly. Blocked out by Latin. Amanda Handley, thank you very much. Saying it's great to be here and hear my commentary. Well, it's great for me to be here as well. And on the platform of the European Cricket Network and commentating here in Gibraltar. I'm looking forward to what will be a stellar season. Plenty of cricket to come. So many exciting things are on the agenda this year. As we know, this Gibraltar Night series. And then after this series, we're going to have a women's ECI T10. That's going to be superb. The likes of Gibraltar, Sweden, Italy and Netherlands coming together. Really looking forward to that, and this is a perfect setting for that as well as the first over comes to an end. And it is a nice tidy one as well. Just 4 runs come from it, and well, I'm talking about things coming up, and don't forget this one. 27 days to go to the European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of cricket happening in the province of Andalusia, the region of Malaga in Cartama. And not too far from here, of course. But yeah, 30 nations, 31 clubs, and there'll only be the one champion. Remember, current champion, and Pakake Balanona, they'll be there to defend their crown. But it's going to be awesome. Really looking forward to that. Cartamania hitting the big stage once more. But before that, of course, I've mentioned the women's, the ECI T10. We also got the inaugural men's ECI T10 as well, the 18th and 19th of this month. That will be happening in Malta. Malta will be taking part in that with Spain and Austria. That'll be something new, something special. And of course, that then leads us on to the ECO in Cartama. So plenty of action, entertainment and excitement to come your way. And trust me, a lot of drama as well. Good tidy start here. There's the man who was missing from the team's first time round. Andrew Reyes comes on to bowl. Oh, that's a really good ball. That's a little bit of like an Advani sort of delivery, isn't it? Advani, who bowled really well. for Rugby in the last match, picked up 2 wickets, just loops it up and it's swinging as well. And the key thing about it is it's right on the money. Andrew Reyes, can he make the difference in this match for his team? Well, he can if he can get this man in Latin early. Latin starts to come and then stops his shot. I didn't think he was there. Oh, well, I mean, I think this may be called a wide. Keep an eye on the umpire, but I want to look at side on. Because I think if the wicketkeeper, it's a really hard take for Christian Rocker, but I think if he was able to take this, it's definitely, yeah, look, the long way out. Big opportunity. Christian Rocker just holding his upper right arm there. Once he went for that, maybe he felt a bit of a twinge. Half a chance, definitely. Oh, and this is so unlucky. And it will get stopped. It's chased well by Stephen Gilbert. But that was close. He's so lucky to get a little bit on this. Yeah, that was on middle peg. And that was certainly knocking him over. So a bit of luck. Well, this is launch, and this is going a long way. That is a biggie. What a big hit that is. That is out of here. Gear. Shaka la gear. Adios, pelota. Well, this ball is not coming back. This one has gone to the top of the rock. Oh, what a lovely shot that was. We saw him attempt to do it earlier, and he stopped his shot. This time, he goes all the way through with it. That is huge. That's the biggest one that we've seen. And, well, I know that our umpire, Sebastian Maynard, he's got his home behind there. I bet his heart was in his mouth. And as this is played away. Yeah. So what a big shot that was, the biggest 6. And takes the score to 16, so that certainly did help to accelerate. And looking at those tables once more, so Pirates, they will, whatever happens, maintain top spot, but then they'll have 2 teams breathing right down their neck. 16 without loss. So Andrew Reyes, though he did start well, it's one big shot makes all the difference. What a hit that was indeed. Reyes comes back, and this has been lofted into the mid-wicket area. Fielders coming across trying to stop it, and a very good effort from Burns, but he's not able to do so. Nicely timed play shot. Footwork was immaculate as well. And then, well, the clinicalness of the execution of the shot, really well played. A good effort from Burns, but he was never going to get to that. So, yeah, Latin's probably decided it's time to get going. Doesn't want to fall too far behind here. So Garrett coming to bowl his second. Sees the first ball going to the boundary. Bit of width. This has been clubbed. This is going to be another one that will go all the way. Balle. Kinna sona shaka lagya. What a lovely shot this is. Just look at the way at the last moment he gets right underneath that, gets the wrist involved, and he knows that the man out there is inside, is his mid-off. There's nobody back on the boundary. And as a result of that, even if he doesn't get this 100% right, he's going to get success from that shot. So another big hit. So Latin, it was a slow start, but now he's raced on to 20 of just 10 deliveries. We're still looking for the first one that went into the car park. Full toss. Doesn't quite get it. And I think he just takes a little step forward. If he just waited on it, he would have been able to put it away. He's practicing the shot there now, so gets away with that one. Hello, Shrug. Shrug is saying, yeah, quick feet. Nicely played there. It certainly was. This sounds pretty good as well. So that one echoed around this stadium. Just takes the single. So Teo, he's yet to open his account with a boundary. Garrett missed out on a full toss earlier. Get the feeling he just wants to get going here. Look at the feet. Teo just dances out the way of this one. What about that yesterday? Some amazing things happened out here yesterday. We saw Rabata getting out, smashing the ball back to the non-striker, who the ball hits his bat, and then a great catch was taken by Matthew Whelan. We saw an opportunity of a catch being taken when the ball hits the bowler on the top of the head. Thankfully, he was wearing the beanie, so no damage. Oh, more luck. Editeo this time gets a little bit of bat onto this. If he didn't do so, his stumps could have been shattered. So, end of Garrett's spell. It's not a bad one. But the score does move on to 30 here now. So, similarly to the first match, it wasn't a quick start, but they were able to get a bit of acceleration in, going into the power play, and that's what they've done here. So, 30 is the score. Garrett will go for 17 off his 2. And things going in the right direction, but now I think it's with the field can be spread, an opportunity for them to tighten things up, and Long Burns will hope that he's able to do that. He didn't bowl the best of second overs in the first match. His last over was pretty expensive, went for 16. Let's have a look at this field. So you have the 4 men on the leg side, the quite orthodox. Adeteo is quite happy to play the anchor role at the moment, just guides us away. So this is the contest I think everybody wants to see, the Spanish international Long Burns bowling to the Gibraltar international batter Ian Latin. So bit of international cricket competition between these two. Let's go. That will be a wide. Well, surely that's a wide. Surely that's a wide. I don't think this touches anything. And yeah, that's got to be a wide. Yeah, there we go. Wide eventually singled. Well, Michael will charge. Swivels on this. Gets a fair bit on it. The fielder slides, and I think does he stop this with his legs? That's an unusual way to do it by Stephen Gilbert. I think he does. I think he slides and says, I'm just going to do like a sliding tackle. Let's see this again. There he goes. Oh, wow. Very well done indeed. Gets the 1 foot in the way. A bit unorthodox. There you go, Corey. What do you think of that? A bit of foot fielding. Espectacular. He saves the boundary. Well, shrugged. Nice feet there as well. I think they maybe just wanted to check this. Yeah, I think they were okay with that. I think he was... body was away from the rope. Oh, well, this is a very tight call. Very tight call indeed. Long Burn's not happy about it at all. Well, I'm not sure about this one. Oh, well. It's very unlucky. There's Long Burns. Adeteo was beaten there, and I think fortunate to get an extra. This one will be a wide. It's a quicker delivery. And Adeteo wants to get back, and he's going to have to rush, and he will. That's very good running from him. I think he preempted the shot he was going to play before the ball was even bowled, so it was bowled down the leg side by Burns. Wicketkeeper, difficult one for Christian Roca to deal with. So they'll get 3 wides there. Well, okay, maybe not. Not sure if it's a wide or bye signal there. This has been hit pretty well. Good stop. And that's Ashish Galani out there, sporting a very nice beard. A few people are still disappointed that I got rid of mine. I had to do it, folks. I had to do it. But yeah, nice one there from Galani. But in this cold weather, I tell you what, it would have been useful. Well bowled. And see there, Martin doesn't want to take any unnecessary chance. He knows that probably Paul Burns is probably one of the pick of the bowlers. So don't want to do anything too risque with him. And once again, just happy to fend this one out. So they'll settle with 5 off this over from Burns. The score moves to 37. 4 overs gone. But it's almost like, just get the feeling that Dean Laddin saying, yeah, okay, I can afford to do this with Burns, but I will go after some of the other bowlers. I just wonder who he's going to target. I think he also needs to have a bit of a chat with Editeo and say, hey, look, you know, we've got the likes of Dave Barley to come in, so you've got to get going here now. Forget about just trying to take the singles. I want to see you find a boundary fence as well. Let's see how Editeo responds. It's going to be Julian Santos to bowl. Full toss to start off with. Editeo doesn't get the connection that he was looking for, but he doesn't waste it. And gets a single. And now this is where, if Santos doesn't get it right, it could go badly wrong. I get the feeling, I think this is where Ian Laddin is going to go for this. I think he's decided he was going to see out Burns, and now he wants to go. Let's see. And he does go. This is huge. That's another one that will go. 6 runs. Oh, what a clever shot this is. And this is a proper shot. It's not about just closing your eyes and hoping. He knows exactly where he's putting this. He said, Ale, Butke Mari, that's an up and over. Well, it's an interesting uppercut, isn't it? But it goes all the way. That's a big hit. 6 runs. And nothing, just as I suspected, is ready to lay into Santos. But Santos, that was too short and too wide. You've got to get it right up there. Oh, full toss. This will be a no ball. It's missed out by Latin, but the ball is still rolling. He'll come back. So it'll be 2 byes. It's an unfortunate rule, this, isn't it? Or law, we should say, in cricket for the wicketkeeper. No way this should go down as byes, should it? It was a Gundy ball, dangerous one. Latin misses out on it. Just catches the fingertips of Christian Rocker. But it will go down as 2 byes and one no ball. It's a free hit coming up, and one man who doesn't need the license to go big is Ian Laddin. And he hits this pretty hard, high up in the air. It's just dropped short. He wants to. Editeo was happy to take it on, but Latin saying, it's okay, let's leave it at that. So, had the opportunity, a bit of a full toss, doesn't get the timing right, trying to hit it too hard. Santos will be relieved that he can now have a bowl at Editeo. 8 of 10 from him. Latin 30 of 18. It's firmly struck. Work to be done here by Burns. He does very, very well, but good running as well from the batters. I think they acknowledge the fact that though it's a very good piece of cricket, great bit of ground fielding from Lauren Burns, but because he doesn't have it in his hands, they pick it up quickly, they notice it, and they take it to get 2. Need a breakthrough here. Pirates desperately need to break this partnership. Editeo, big swing, the foot in the wrong place completely. They was hoping just on power. Misses out. Santos gets the dot ball in. Ball to go here now. The 50 also came up with that previous 2 that the batters ran. The 50 partnership between these two. Most of those runs, of course, coming from Ian Latin. This is going to be probably another no ball. Yes, it is. It's too high again. It's been called. I mean, he's coming down the wicket, but question is, yeah, I mean, the umpire has to decide, and if the batter had remained in his crease, how high would it be? And I think that's the correct call for Michael Charge. So the charge was, it was Editeo that was doing the charging. So again, it's another free hit. Can he make this count? No, he can't. Santos gets this one in the right area, so he does finish the over. The 12 come off it, and the score has moved On to, I believe that's 51 now with that no ball to go on. So I just want to say a big welcome to all of our viewers around the world, and you've certainly been spoiled today. This is the 6th match that you've had on the European Cricket Network. 4 of them came from Malta and 2 here. And look, I just want to put a big shout out to the umpires, and one umpire in particular, Sebastian Maynard. Sebastian Maynard, well, he's got cricket in the family, and it's not just the people with 2 legs. Let's see, there we go, there he is. There's Kimbo. Oh, Kimbo likes his cricket as well. Got the European Cricket Network ball. Maybe that's the one he fetched that Ian Ladin hit into the car park. So look, all the umpires doing a tremendous job, the men in black, and being well led, of course, by Stefan Gooch as well. Back to the action. And there's the action, and there's another one. This one doesn't quite go into the car park. So Kimbo, you're not getting another one. This one stays in the field of play, but this is a lovely shot. Richard Cunningham just teasing the ball out there. It looks like Ian Lattin has got his eye, and that is a really good shot. I like the way he keeps his shape. And the umpire is just checking the ball. No dog teeth marks in that one. It didn't go over in the car park. It's okay. Lattin racing along to doing what he does best and doing what he's done so many times for his team. This time, rocks back, tries to get it in the gap. We'll get the single, so head to tail. Get back on strike. I think it's time, really, that he's got to get going. I think if I was the captain here, and I don't know, I would be going up to Edite and say, hey, son, go now, go big, because you want to try and get Dave Barber in there, Barley in there, excuse me, sooner than later. And that for me is, well, if Corey was here, he'd be getting the red pen out and drawing red crosses all over the walls. There's no intent there. You've got to go for it. You've got so many wickets in hand. This is one area where I think some of the teams here have been guilty. When they've got wickets in hand, they haven't gone for it. They've got to, and that's probably reflects why we haven't seen so many, too many big scores. It gets a bit of bad onto this, but held back cleverly by Cunningham. It will just be a single. But this is where you've got to be careful here now. So 2 deliveries to come. And Latin will want to go after them for sure. It's a full toss. It's hit hard. And it will go all the way. Zabardasti batting here from Ian Latin. Lovely shot. He doesn't miss out on this. A couple of times he hasn't quite got there, but he waits for this one. Look, waits, gets himself into position and dispatches it. 6 more. Wasn't a good delivery. And this partnership now worth 65. Latin on his way to another half century maybe. He scored 4 half centuries already in this series. One of those he went on to make 90. That was in match number 1. He's just been in incredible form. Started the day on 415 runs. It's closing on the 500 mark here. Cunningham sees him come. He's played pretty well. Will he go for 2? He could do, or will he go for the strike? No, it's he's telling Edite to stay where he is, and that's all about trying to stay at the striker's end. So he moves onto 44. Score 65 now. 66 without loss. Have a look at the bowling figures. And Mark Garrett, his second over was just a little bit expensive. Burns bowled quite a tidy one, just 7 from it. But Santos was a little bit expensive, wasn't he? And it's going to be interesting here now. They're going with Ashish Giani. Haven't seen the captain himself have a bowl. He bowled pretty well in the last match, did Ryan Grimes. Giani, short, outside the off, but it's uppish, just enough power to get it over the infield. Now the chase is on from the fielder. The batter should take 2. There's David Robeson. He does get there and eventually gets the throw in to Giani. I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, we got this again. I think there was a backflip or something that went wrong here. Maybe we'll catch that later. But Gianni is ready to come again. And I think gets to the pitch of it. He's trying to find the gap there, isn't he? Trying to pierce the field with the 2 men close in cover. But doesn't quite get it right. So will be a single. Teo, he's swinging hard, but hasn't been able to connect too many out the middle. This one again is not out the middle, but he'll get just the one. No boundary to him yet as he moves on to 12 of 17 deliveries. So all of the hard work, as quite often has been the case from Rugby CC, is coming from Latin. And this is hit high, but Burns is looking for it and takes a very, very good catch. This is world class. You will not see better. What a great catch this is. And he patrols that boundary really well, and he gets Gianni a wicket, but really all the credit goes here to Burns. Just look at the way he takes this. Latin goes for it, and Burns keeps his eye on it. Has got a lot of ground to cover. The ball staying low. And that is such a quality catch. Brilliantly taken. And no wonder he gets the congratulations from Gianni. Ian Latin will have to go on 47. So just falling short of his half century. A few times he's been out in the 40s as well. But once again, just demonstrating just why he is such a key player for his side, the captain. Burns taking the catch though. And rewarding Gianni with a wicket, and maybe once again, maybe that's the captain, perhaps Ryan Grimes taking a leaf out of what Rugby CC were doing, just keeping the pace off the ball and allowing that get the wickets. So Gianni gets a wicket, 1 for 4, 2 balls to go, and it's Harry Parle that comes in to bat. Harry Parle, we have seen him open a few times. It's not one that a big hitter off the ball, but he can stick around. I'm a bit surprised they haven't gone for Barley straight away, but maybe just an opportunity to give another batter an opportunity out there. Ian Latin's probably quite happy with where they are at the moment at this stage. Yeah, it looks to come down and then really just chops it back down. It's a difference really, isn't it, between what Ian Latin was doing, using his feet well, getting right underneath it and putting it away. Louis Bruce being on the chat. Hallelujah. How are you? Look, how are you feeling? Louis Bruce in the second match yesterday it was 4 not out from 4, had to make a pretty quick exit from the field. He was batting at the time. And I hope you're all right, buddy. Let us know if you're fit and well. End of the over, and this is what's happening tomorrow in Malta. So 2 teams making their debut in the EC European Cricket Series. Victoria Lions and also Gozo Zalmi. Lions take on Southern Crusaders, a team that's well known in Malta. And the Wajiba Blasters, a team that, well, they made their introduction into the European cricket scene a couple of seasons ago, and they've just gone from strength to strength. I'm really looking forward to seeing those matches and see how they go. Certainly that one between Gozo Zalmi and the Blasters. Single taken. Now this is where it's important that Rugby CC don't let the hard work that's been done so far by Ian Latin go pear-shaped. I mean, Cunningham is on again. He went for 15 off his first, and that was mainly because of Latin going after him. But these two batters have to go after him. And Editeo still hasn't been able to find the boundary fence up. So only Ian Latin has scored boundaries. Harry Parle, like I said, he's not really a big hitter, and that's probably why you see there that I think Stephen Gilbert has been brought inside the 30-yard circle from the boundary. That's clipped away. Well, has this got enough to go all the way? I think it has. That's a really well-timed shot. Well, they've just moved the fielder, Stephen Gilbert. He came in from just that spot to inside the circle, and then quite cleverly right off the middle peg. Harry Pyle drops back and just using his wrist and sends it to the boundary. Nice shot, nicely timed. Newsbury saying he's back to normal. He doesn't know what was wrong yesterday. Just something that was very random. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Looking forward to seeing you again. Lovely young man and an outstanding cricketer as well. Cunningham, a little bit expensive at the moment, which is not like him. Bob plays this out towards Andres. Gets another single. Now Editaia now, he's got to try and find a coming. He must be feeling it. Paul's just come out there and he's hit a boundary and he's only faced 5 deliveries. Editaia's got to find a boundary here. Otherwise he might find that he might lose his opening spot. Goes rocks back and hits it pretty well. And Reyes, oh well, is really well packed up. Well done. He saves the blushes of Andrew Reyes. Does Gilbert, who himself is put back on the boundary. Good backing up, good alertness from him. And stronger together. High-fiving, saying well backed up. Thank you very much. Play down the ground and take the single. And that's the end of the over. So Cunningham for the first time, a little bit expensive. He goes for 24. And normally he's very tardy and again not picking up a wicket. The score moves on to 80. So we are on course with 100. It will only be just the 6th time that the 100 team score has been brought up in this series. Teams certainly have struggled getting to those sort of scores. We've seen that the Sloggers and Rugby CC did it in the very first match, 129 to 130, so both teams scoring hundreds there. Then the Pirates in match 4 put 100 on the board, 104 to 92 against the Entertainers. And then we saw Sloggers put 102 on in match 7 against the Pirates, and then we saw yesterday the Entertainers putting 112 on against the Sloggers, so that was only the 5th time. There we go, Reyes back on. Pyle wants to pile on the pressure. Oh, well, this one has taken off from nowhere. What a nasty one that is to deal with by Christian Rocker. And I think he might have got some of this on his grill. Oh, it's not some of it, all of it. Well, that is a nasty one. Eat that. And that's why, folks, and especially the youngsters that are watching, that's why you wear lids. And even if you're a wicketkeeper, you're standing up. That could have been nasty. But that took off from nowhere. What a delivery that was. Did well to stop it. Nasty one. This time, sort of in the similar area, and more routine. 2 dots though. If you want to get that 100, you've got to get going. Needed 20 from the last 2. Nothing from the first 2 deliveries of this, the 9th over. Plays this away, but it's just a little paddle for a single. Editaia, still no boundary to his name. 19 deliveries for 14. He's held up his team somewhat, hasn't he? Hits this firmly. Should be stopped, and it is stopped. To think about the second, but they're not going to take it as Garrett gets the ball in pretty quickly.
My shin was on the line.
Well, hits this firmly. Ends up in a full toss. Then should be really. You see the stop sign goes up pretty quickly from Pyle, but there's 2 there. You've got to take it on. So many wickets in hand. Once again, I've said before, I think this is one area where the teams can improve here. When you've got so many wickets in hand, you've got to take those on. You know, 7 balls to go. You've got to take them on. This time, once again, you see Pyle is looking for it, which I like to see. Yeah, I'm liking that. And that just demonstrates for me he goes halfway and comes back. It just shows to me that if the other batter is also interested, Mediteo is more interested in getting back on strike, I think. But if he wants to double up, I think he's able to do it. End of the over. So it's 84. So only 4 come off that one from Reyes. So I did say that it probably was pretty key to try and get Andrew Reyes back in the side, and that's why. I think if the Pirates can try to keep this score to around about 90-92 mark, I mean, even though they struggled big time with the bat first time around, well, this is chase on for the fielder, who is not going to get there. It goes to the little mini banner there, 4 runs, so a bit of good fortune. And, well, it had to happen sooner or later, I suppose. So Editeo finally gets his boundary, and it's an edge of Burns. And Burns, at the moment, he's not having the best of nights. And I can't believe this one. That's the double ejection off the gloves. And this is, well, I think that is 4 byes. There's no contact on this at all. It's not the first time we've seen it, Burns. He goes to play the reverse. Totally misses it, totally outfoxes the keeper, Christian Rocco, who is disgusted with himself that that's gone through. And, well, valuable bonus runs that. And score now is into the 90s. So if they wanted to try and keep it to around about this score, it's there already. So full toss. And clubs this pretty well. They've got to try and stop it, and they do. The batters should take 2. So Andrew Reyes makes the stop. In doing so, the ball gets away from him. So 2 more runs, so 10 off the over so far already. So iron up 100 score for only the 6th time in this series. Burns, Editeo, who goes to do that the reverse for the 3rd time, maybe the 4th. He hasn't got bat on the ball either time when he's done it. Maybe he's just trying to put the wicketkeeper off again, Christian Rocco, and get 4 more byes. But Rocco this time is, well, he stepped back as well, which I think makes sense. And there's been a slight change in the field as well. 3rd man's gone much finer. This is hit firmly. Well fielded, really good pickup from Marco Lamin. Just the one. Well, BCC made 96 in the first one. 95 here. Are they going to match what they did first time round? I don't think they will, because this will be a dot. And that will be the end of the proceedings. So they fall 1 less, 1 short of where they were last time round. And I think the disappointing thing, I think, for me would be here is that they only lost the 1 wicket, and that was the wicket of Ian Latin, who smashed the ball all over the place. And he just got to feel that the batters maybe are just putting a little bit too much value on their wicket. And if they do fall short here by sort of 10, 15 runs, then they'll be kicking themselves because they had the opportunities to do things differently. But one man who didn't do things differently and carried on in the sort of great form that he's in, that's Ian Latin. He played some superb shots, he really did. I mean, masterclass with the batting, piercing the field. That one Lorne Burns couldn't get to, but it was Burns that finally did get him out. This was a crazy shot, wasn't it? It really was. That just ended up in the car park. This is another one, an uppercut, which went all the way to 6 as well. Cunningham came on, and his first ball was smashed for a big 6. It was raining 6s here at this Europa Point Sports Complex, but something had to give, and because I think Editeo wasn't really getting going, Ian Latin had to do all the front running, and when he went for this one, which would have brought up his half century, Lorne Burns was up to it, took a marvellous catch, a super catch. Harry Pyle came on, and though Editeo wasn't able to hit a boundary, he did it pretty early. That was quite a cheeky one, as the fielder that was on the boundary came in. This one, there was nothing cheeky about this, it was naughty, but luckily no damage done as the ball pops up hits Christian Rocker right on the lid. Then there was his edge. And not only if that was bad enough, the next ball was an attempted reverse, which went through everybody and went to the boundary as well. So this again, plenty of runs at the final over from Long Burns. I think 11 came off that one, gets them into the 90s, almost get to the same sort of score that they got in the first match, 95 for 1. And Rugby CC, remember, they really did struggle themselves with the bat. They only got to a score of 61 chasing, so they lost the first one with 35 runs. I just get the feeling that we're going to see better from them this time. I think it's going to be more of a challenge. Maybe somebody like Burns is going to come good. And also keep an eye out for Andrew Reyes. He's somebody that can make the difference. Just have a look at the bowling figures. I think are all pretty respectable. And for once, the one who is a little bit expensive, Richard Cunningham, normally is very good and very tidy. He goes for 24. Everybody else bowled pretty well. I think if you're the captain, Ryan Grimes, who didn't actually bowl, Ryan Grimes didn't bowl himself, be pretty happy with where they're on in this one. But he'd be a lot happier if his batters can go out there and score 96 runs and bring victory home to the Pirates in this one. Maybe the Pirates can return with the treasure. Well, we'll be returning in 10 minutes time for the conclusion of that match. Join us then. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. Jeremy Perez and Michael Charge, the umpires, have led the teams out. And, Sebastian Maynard is the third umpire. Big shout out to all the umpires today. Done an absolute fantastic job, and once again pretty chilly conditions here, and being well supported by Stephen Gooch and also the ECN crew, Mars Baiji, Shub Navjot Singh, Manav and Jason. You guys have been outstanding, and of course our guys in Mumbai, SI team, Rahul, Pradhum, Omkar and Jawad. Good work, guys. I know by the time you wrap up it's going to be gone 4 in the morning, so certainly put in a big shift today. Of course we're bringing the action from Malta as well. Here we go. So it will be 96 required with the Pirates. Straight to the fielder. It will be Long Burns and Andrew Reyes that looking to get the team off to a good start. Burns was struggling with the lack of pace on the ball first time round. Ramaj isn't going to give too much pace to him either. See there, just lofting that up into the pads. The throw comes through. So leg by. Be the first runs on the board. Yeah, certainly is this time now. This time of night does start to get a lot chillier, a lot cooler. And well, there's me shivering here. You're going to start hearing my teeth in a minute, but there's Andrew Reyes. He's out there with a t-shirt on. He's a brave man. The rest of us are wrapped up like burritos. We really are. Reyes, see if he can make an impact in this match. Well, just happy to let that go. Harry Parr does the makes the stop. Bit short, and this one is not going to be stopped. It's a really good shot. He's just a little, almost like a short arm jab, isn't it? He doesn't give it a big swing. He just relies on the placement, and he knows if he gets enough on this, it's going to go all the way to the boundary. That's exactly what he does. Nice shot, nicely played. Very similar to the one Harry Parr, who's behind the stumps, played in the innings of Rugby CC. So first boundary, and it comes off the bat of Andrew Reyes. It's a good comeback from Ramaj. He doesn't want to stray down the leg side once again. Gets this in the right areas. This one is not a good one. It's a Gundy ball down the leg side, and wide called. Reyes misses out on it. We'll have to be bowled again, but once again, this is what I've said about Ramaj. He bowls some very good deliveries, but he also sprays some around as well. And that's a good one. This is going to be pretty close, and the LBW has been given. And he doesn't come far forward. I mean, you'll have to. A lot of it is where this ball is pitching. Let's have a look. I mean, look, there's no foot movement. Doesn't come far forward at all. He's sort of stuck in his crease. Yeah, I think the umpire has to decide if that is going to move sufficiently and miss the stumps, but I don't think so. I think that's a very good shot, and Ramaj gets his wicket, and isn't he happy about it? He's absolutely pumped. So Reyes has to depart for, that was a boundary as well, of the 3 deliveries. And well, that man Ramaj, he can't stop him, can you? Like I said, he's not consistently good, if you like, as in the line, but he comes up with the goods time and time again, and he's done it again for his team, and he gets the big wicket of Reyes. And once again, that just puts additional pressure now on the captain. So right up there, it's one of the leading wicket takers now. Overtakes Kabir Mirpuri of the Sluggers. And I don't think he's done yet. So Christian Rocker comes in. This one, it's one of those that Rocker's played, and once he's played it, he's like, what am I supposed to do with that? I think he was expecting, wasn't expecting it just to like stop there. It's almost like died on him. First over completed, and it's a good one if you're a rugby CC fan. 7 for 1. 87 matches without a golden ball. And well, if this is gonna go down that way, well, somebody from the Pirates has really got to put in a good performance. And, this man who's coming on the bowl now certainly put in a good performance in the first match. Nikhil Advani picked up 2 wickets, bowled very, very well, very clever bowler. 2 for 4. And floats it up, and that's what he does. And that's what he does so well, no pace on it. So really, as a batter, you've got to make up your mind early. Do I go after it? Do I take it on? Do I not? Good footwork. This is nicely played, and he'll get 4 runs. Good shot from Burns. This is what he's got to do whenever he gets the opportunity. You see the difference there. He takes a few steps down, takes a few steps, and puts it away. And nicely played. So he's not waiting for it on the back foot like a lot of the batters are. Obviously, there's always a risk, but you've got to back yourself. Terrific shot. And this time he does go back. A chance. And that's going to be out if this is direct, and I think it is. And oh, that's criminal, isn't it? And Burns, after playing a lovely shot for 4, he's succeeded in running out Christian Rocker without scoring. It's going to be one of those, and the first one of the night. And Christian Rocker was not a nice look back to Burns. It's straight to the fielder, and that's really, really good work from Harry Pyle. Really good. And not a happy man. I'm not sure who's called that. I don't know if Rocker himself said, yeah, let's go. But look at this, is terrific keeping. Really, really good. Outstanding. And liking the positioning there of Jeremy Perez as well, the umpire. And a nightmare start. Another wicket goes. And it's the man who's the only thing he's missing is his skis and snow boots. He gets the throw in and is responsible for get some fantasy points for himself. Wants a single. He'll get it. Advani just doing what he's been doing all the way through. And a big thank you to everybody that's been on the chat as well. Amanda Hunley's been there all the way through. Shrug, hello Shrug. This one just been played down the ground. They'll take a single. And very much the same as the first match between these two, where Rugby CC will be not too disappointed to give singles away. The boundaries you've got to try and stop. Robeson is the man who's in now. Oh, just going down leg. Yeah, good call there from the umpire. Liking the positioning there as well. Look at the umpire, doesn't move, standing perfectly still. And yeah, he's right in line with that, and the quick shake of the head. Top work from Michael Charge. And top work also from Advani, as we just remind you of the tables of what's at stake here. So Rugby CC looking to get themselves right back in contention to try and topple the Pirates. Well, if they can do the double over them here on the Pirates, that at one point looked like the team to beat. Well, it looks like they're if things don't go their way here, it could be 3 defeats on the spin for them. It is 13 for 2. A run out in that over. And that was a rocker, unfortunately, had to go. Short, hit hard, no ball also being called. So not sure what the no ball is for, whether that's a field infringement, but very quick to call a no ball. As this is put away, so the only thing I can think of is that there was too many players outside the 30-yard circle. Was called very quickly there. You can see Michael Charge calling it. So no ball call. I think the umpires are just now in consultation, just letting Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, know what the reason for that call was. So not only does he get a boundary, it's a free hit coming up. So the license to go the full Monty here now. Not a good delivery. Be a wide, another one goes in the score, and free hit stays in place. It's a typical sort of typical over from Thomas Romage. That's what he does. He'll probably come back with an absolute beauty now that does Lorne Burns all ends up. Well, let's wait and see. So it's still a free hit. And it probably still will be a free hit, and this over is turning out to be a horrible one. And that'll be another wide. So the free hit stays now. I'm just wondering if you're Lorne Burns, I'm not going to take anything away from Robeson. And if you're Lorne Burns, you probably wanted to stay at that end and try and put the free hit away himself, but he won't mind if Robeson is about to put it away. Not a good over so far. This will be another wide, and well, Thomas Romage just going through that little phase. You all have them. Everything's going your way, then all of a sudden everything changes. And you can't get the ball in the right areas anymore. They're under a bit of pressure. That won't help as he gets to go, and the umpire stops again, just reminding the batter the free hit still remains intact. And that's better. It's more like it. And, let's see if he now can from here finish the over off. That was only, so that's only 15, if you like, before that ball came off one ball. 15 off one ball. One legal delivery, I should say. Get played away. Single will be taken. They won't mind that because Burns go back on strike. So the over that they wanted after those 2 very good overs, the first one from Romage, only 7 from it, and then 6 of Advani. Well, they've got it because they've just helped to increase their runs. It's been sort of goes not where he intended it. It sort of dragged it to the man at square. But gets a single. Romage. Oh, well bowled. Oh, well. Well, this one, is this a mis-stumping? Let's see. He drags his foot out, and no, he does get back. So I think the bail does eventually come off, but he did make it back. Did Robeson. There's, as I said, typical over from Thomas Romage. Bowls some good ones. Bowls a little bit of filth, you got to say. But then he comes back pretty well. And the umpires, because it's been such a long over, just checking, rightly so, how many balls to still come. This is where the scorers come into play. Look, a big shout out once more to our European Cricket Network team here, Mars Baiji. Oh, Wolfie himself, getting me a coffee. Thank you very much, Marzi. Shubnavjot Singh, Manov and Jay Singh. Yeah, just getting very chilly all of a sudden. This one will probably be another wide if it doesn't touch anything. Yeah, it's another one. It's a very, very long over. And just cutting away. And no damage done by Harry Parr, not able to take it cleanly. Short, another wide. Well, somebody tell me how many balls we've had in this over. There's still a ball to go in it. I reckon it must have gone, it's over double figures, that's for sure. This could be the finishing of it. It will be. They'll take a single. And it'll be 18 that would come off his spell. Still doesn't sound that bad. But 11 came off that one, which you think there'd be a lot more, wouldn't you, after all the wides and no balls. But Ramaj, maybe a bit like myself, just feeling perhaps a little bit under the weather now, as this weather's got really chilly, bitterly cold. I'm expecting to see snow on the rock tomorrow. That cold, it certainly feels that cold. Okay, 26 the power play score, so they are a little behind, but that rate is certainly not beyond gettable. It's around 10. One good over sees them right back in it. Short, played pretty well by Robeson. They won't take the second. It's the single. Hello, Charlie. How are you? Not see Charlie in the chat. Charlie, what are you up to? And yeah, Charlie, thanks for... Charlie was the one who's responsible for me to make a quick wardrobe change. He said, bring anything that's warm. So I had to... When you live in Spain, you see, you don't have too many things that are warm. So I had to hunt around and got the best I could. And Charlie, of course, gave us a perfect start to our 2023 season. This is nicely played. Fielder's got work to do. Templeton, and he misses it. Well, he did get very lucky in one of his attempts where he slid with both feet and he stopped it with his right foot. It's not the way to do it. And, well, this time he doesn't get so lucky. And it misses. It goes through. So you wouldn't have him a defender on the goal line, would you? So 4 valuable runs. They've got to tidy this up. Remember when I was talking to Ian Latin after the coin toss, one thing he was saying is that they've got to be good and tidy in the field and to make no mistakes. Or Templeton, he made one mistake. And this time he gets his hands to it, manages to push it away safe off the rope. It will just be 2 this time. Yeah, better uses his hands. See, that's the difference. Use your hands, boys. Use your hands. The feeling that Robeson is just starting to feel that he's gone into some sort of rhythm, starting to feel a little bit confident. Confidence is flowing. It can happen so quickly, can't it? It could be sometimes courtesy of a misfield from the opposition that gets you going again. So the over comes to an end from Dave Barley. Didn't see Dave Barley with the bat. I was a little bit surprised about that. Others were given the opportunity. So 36, 10 off that over for 2. So they're where they want to be. I said they needed about 10 and over. That's exactly where they are at the moment. And so these two, it's a very important partnership developing. The captain, Ryan Grimes, is listed to come in next.
Dave and Chris, come nice and straight, nice and straight. Give yourself space. On the edge of the ring, on the edge of the ring. Chris, it's not yet.
Oh, big swing. Not sure how far, if at all, the batter was out of his crease. We'll see first here. I think he's probably just drags his foot out here. It's fair away, but the keeper standing so far back and a quick recovery. Oh, he's gone. Well, shot Maria Ganda Bapas Agya Banda. Not a good shot at all. And he won't want to see that again, Lon Burns. And you just got the feeling they were starting to get back into this contest with that little partnership forming between him and Robeson. And then he goes right across the line and misses it. And the middle stump is knocked back. So, yeah, not a good look at all. And I think he knows it as well. And stomps it down, head goes down as he marches off. The Burns will have to depart. And the captain, Grimes, will now come in. Ryan Grimes, can he salvage something here for his team? At 12 of 13. So the unlucky 13th delivery sees the end of Burns. And John Matthews getting the breakthrough. So one of the two danger men back in the shed now. Burns going for 12. Before that, we saw Andrew Reyes go for 4. LBW. Field now set pretty defensively. Well, they're taking him on, and I don't mind that. The fielder thought he had time to make himself a cup of tea. And, well, there's been they're not liking that at all. Ian Laddin says, well, okay, if you want a cup of tea, you can go to the cafeteria, and I'll replace you with another man. So, field change. Matthews. It's bowled very well so far. Got the ball in the right areas. Getting close to the halfway point here now. Just think that if they could, 2 balls to go, a couple of boundaries here, get themselves into the 40s, and then they're sort of more or less where they kind of want to be. And a bit of a field change, so mid-wicket coming in. I think this is a strange one for me, and well, maybe it was a clever piece of captaincy from Ian Latin. Brings the mid-wicket in and then sort of entices the batter, Ryan Grimes, the captain, to try and hit over the top. Well, he wanted to go for it, and, but he misses it, and the castle has been destroyed. And once again, it's a little bit of Bombay mix bowling from Matthews. You just don't know what's coming, and this one was right on the money. And yeah, he's eyeing up where the player has just come in from, and he has to go. And the captain, his innings was short. We'll just go for a couple. Rugby CC, well, who is going to get these runs from him? Well, one man who was very keen to get out there in the first one was Lamin. He was strolling around Michael Lamin, the boundary, saying, let me in there, let me in there, let me do my thing. Well, he's there now. And let's see what he can do. What a great over this is from Matthews. 2 wickets, 2 runs, a ball to go. And now he has a chance to be bowling at the new batter, Michael Lamin. Shub Navjot Singh there in the background. Oh, absolute peach. Absolute peach. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie kookaburra 5 ball. What a beauty that is. And well, a little bit of masala out there on this cold, nippy evening. Great, outstanding bit of bowling from Matthews. That really is superb. John Matthews takes 3 wickets in the over. And only concedes 2 runs. Now, folks, remember, because that is Lamin's going for a golden. So he's got to depart. Yep, he's got to go. And just remember that if and when we see Matthews come back onto bowl, the first ball he bowls will be a hat-trick ball. We haven't seen a hat-trick in Gibraltar as yet. So Lamin's, he will have to go for 0 or just the 1 ball bowled. And Matthews, he's just getting the ball in the right areas, isn't he? Superb stuff. And Rugby CC are all over the Pirates at the moment. So at this halfway point, 38 for 5. And just remember, plenty of cricket coming your way. We've got, of course, those 4 matches we focused on coming from Malta. Got 2 matches here tomorrow as well. So this is a man that I've heard a lot about, a remarkable character coming on to bowl here now. And it's White. And, this is what it's all about, isn't it? These European cricketers getting the opportunity on White there, showing that no matter what, if you want it, if you believe it, if you're passionate about it, then nothing can stop you. White. Oh, this one may just be a little bit too wide from Damien White. And what a good example it is to a lot of people around the world to say, if you believe in something and if you want it, then nothing can stop you. Oh, this one has gone right the way through. See the pre-signal from the umpire. I think probably be called a wide, yeah, because I don't think there was anything on it. Unfortunate that Larry Pyle wasn't able to get anything on that. Robeson. Do well to leave that. Only just catches a bit off the pitch. Wicketkeeper just feeling one that probably caught him on the fingers. That went down the leg side. Oh, gets bat onto this, and well, he's lucky he does, as Robeson, because if that hits him on the pad, well, you just might as well walk, because he's right in front. That is a very, very risky shot. Very risky shot to be playing for a single. White now gets the radar right. Got the new batter to bowl at, Gilbert. Swing and a miss. Just manages to get this one in to the ear end. You just get the feeling here with Gilbert, if White is able to get one good Yorker length delivery into him, sort of around about middle and leg, that it could be curtains for him. Here we go. And just going with, ooh, that's a tight call. That's a tight call for me. And I think this one probably just sneaks in. Well, maybe not. Take it back, good call. From Michael Charge. Oh, well, what do you think? What do you think? And I'd like to see it again. I don't think it's pitching down leg. Batter's certainly gone right the way across. And well, I've definitely seen him given. I wonder if this is not given because perhaps, unfortunately, White ends up going right in front of the umpire. Michael Charles has a good look and shakes his head and says, no, not out, but very, very close. He's played into the ground, but it's just not happening, is it? It's just not happening. The runs aren't coming, and that rate is continuing to creep up all the time. And another over like this, it will get to that point of no return. To Robeson, really, I mean, he's not going guns blazing, but he's the set batter, 12 from 12. He needs to try and get as much of the strike as possible. And that's the end of the over, so well bowled indeed by Damien White. Had a few issues early on getting his line right, but once he got it right, well, there was no stopping him. Great stuff. 45 for 5, 6 overs. Pirates are in all sorts of trouble. Just look at the bowling figures there. Thomas Rummage, he had a few issues, didn't he, with the wides and the no balls, but still, you'd say in T10 that's respectable. But look at the other bowling figures at all, and well, especially John Matthews. He was absolutely brilliant, and it looks like Matthews is going to come on. So this, for me, if my memory serves me right, is the hat-trick ball, because I'm sure he took wickets of his last 2 deliveries. So here we go. Hat-trick ball. Oh, just blocked it out. I suppose he's bowling to Robeson, and Robeson says, I do not want to be that statistic. Thinks about it, and then in the end, just drops the bat onto it. He may not do the same this time, I don't think. Swings hard. Well bowled. Good variations. And once again, he's opened another packet of Bombay mix. You don't know what's going to come out next. Nicely bowled. And on a cold evening here at this Europa Point Stadium, he's adding a little bit of masala to his bowling. Matthews. He's being thumped pretty well. Fielder is back there. No mistakes from Nikhil Advani. hasn't he been good for them as well? All the bowlers, really. I mean, I know that there's been a few extras, but other than that, all the bowlers have been really, really good, economical. 15 extras in this one, 12 wides, 1 no ball, and some leg byes as well. 12 wide, sorry. And 1 bye as well. I'm just checking my maths. But once again, like I said, first time around, a few extras, double figures again, but still the Pirates haven't been able to make it count. This one may be in. No, it gets the bat onto it, so it takes 2 runs. The fielding will be done, and it's well done as well.
Wait for your field.
PCC really turning the screw here. And a contest that I think a lot of people thought was probably going to be a little bit closer. This is good delivery, places away, they're looking for 2. Advani gets there, they're taking him on, he could be in trouble, and it doesn't get the power in the throw. But it does demonstrate one thing that I've been saying all the way along, not just today, but this series so far, that you've got to take these. You've got to take these 2s on. We haven't seen too many bullet arms. So something that I think going forward the teams can learn here. Really do run the first one fast and take the runs. And that's the over. Great spell of bowling for Matthews. Picked up 3 wickets in the first, 3 for 2, and then only concedes 6 in that one. So this is what we've got tomorrow. It's the Entertainers are, well, since I've been here, they've been unbeaten. They've been on a roll. And they take on the Pirates. The Pirates will be a little bit concerned, no doubt, because the way that things are going for them after that crushing defeat to the Sloggers by 29 runs, and then they lost the first match here today by 35 runs, and it looks like they're going to be way short in this one as well. They really have to get their act together. And Entertainers, they're the team that are on a high at the moment. They've got to get it right, and they'll be hoping that maybe 1 or 2 of the key players are available. Sweep shot. Nicely playing and well fielded by White again. And Chris Snickle is just reminding me, which I have already know. Chris, thank you very much. This one is hit high up in the air once again. It will just drop short. They only take the 1. He's saying if you kept the beard, you would have been a lot warmer. I know that now, Chris. I know that. So, yeah, you're right. You're right. I'll have to do my homework better next time around. But talking about homework, if I kept the beard, I wouldn't have been allowed home. I was specifically told I've got to ditch the beard. Of course, I did it for Movember. I did the full Monty for Movember, not just the moustache, but also the beard. But you are right. It did keep me warm. Louis Bruce is saying, I'm the good luck. I hope I am. I may not be your good luck, though, might I? I mean, you're saying you feel a lot better today. I'm looking forward to seeing you, Louis. And I have to say, I said this yesterday, when you started batting, you looked so much more confident. You were moving your feet around well. And I thought, yeah, this is the Louis Bruce I remember, not trying to hit the ball big, but just stroking the ball nicely. And then the next thing I know, you're running off the field of play. But look, it's good to hear that you're better. And they should get overthrows here. I don't think it will make a big difference to the content of the mat. They still want them to keep running. Well, they may not be getting a victory here, the Pirates, but the Pirates, well, true to their name, want to make a lot of noise. And Vinny Sanders trying to start a campaign. Vinny, bring back the beard, he says. Wide ball called from Simpson. No wonder you're on the chat. You must have got word that Simpson is back onto bowl. Yes, I think you said earlier, Zachary Simpson. The Duracell Bunny is one of your favourite players. He has been good, but again, he's very much like Thomas Ramesh. There's always going to be a few loose deliveries, some wild ones, but he always then comes back with 1 on the money. And there's another one that is wild. It's going to be another wide. Vinny, stop it. What are you trying to do here now? Stop it. The thing is, you see, As we see this delivery. I don't mind, like I said, don't mind the beard, but the good thing about growing the beard last time was, of course, I was away for a bit of time. I think it was, I don't know, about 3 weeks, 2-3 weeks. So I didn't shave during that time. But when I'm on air, not shaving, I just don't feel right. I don't feel clean. You don't go to work without having a shave, do you? This one is played away. So maybe I'm going to have to do it when I am away. Maybe, and I thought we agreed that me, you, Corey, we were going to do it for Movember, all of us, you know? Big shout out to everybody on the chat. I'd like to say that the chat always brings us some cheer, especially the hard work of the moderators. Keep it clean, healthy, entertaining, enjoyable, but most importantly, respectable. And spells the word cheer, and that's what you guys do, guys and girls. Fantastic work from you again tonight, from everybody. 62 for 5 at the end of 8. So this one is, well, unless we see something amazing happening with the about 17 required, and over, it's going only one way. So don't want to get sloppy here though towards the end, as Gumila is bowling this, the 9th over. We do often say it all happens in the 9th. So one good magical over, this game is back alive. But that's one thing we've seen a lot of here. We've seen a lot of batters that choose to go back rather than forward. I'm not sure why. I mean, it's I know that the bounce is pretty true here, so you can afford to go back foot and play shots, but you can also, because the bounce is good, you can be you can trust the bounce and afford to go forward. You know, just like this. I mean, you know the ball isn't going to do anything untowards, so get into position early, keep your shape, don't try to hit it too hard and try and find the gaps. And Jack Grealish, I think a lot of people will agree on the chat. Comments like that, we don't really welcome those. You've got to remember, these are not professionals. These are people, guys, that have full-time jobs. They're giving up their time, making sacrifices to play cricket. So if you're expecting world-class professional cricket, then I think you're tuning on into the wrong cricket. This is about cricket at grassroots in countries that cricket is new to. It's about growing the sport in Europe. That's what we're all about. Everybody on the chat, all the moderators, all the people involved in the chat, all the people watching around the world. It's well dug out. Good delivery from Gumila. It's all about promoting the game, getting it to grow, and it has grown considerably. And the partnerships between federations and the European Cricket Network is growing stronger together. And as it says on the banner there, and we are getting stronger together. It's not going to happen overnight. And if you are a true believer in European cricket, and therefore you've been following us for the last 3 years, then you would see and appreciate those standards, not just in the quality of the cricket being played, not just with the number of players playing, not just with the production and the umpiring, but all round, and it's getting better all the time. Women's cricket, as I said, is now coming international. T10 cricket also coming up with the inaugural tournament in Malta. So, you know, but there are going to be different standards. I mean, ECL, the standard will be much higher than a European Cricket Series, for example. So, you know, give it time, be patient, and be supportive. Be supportive, and look to be part of developing the game across Europe. It's a game that we love. We want to see it develop, but then at times we have to accept the fact that it's not always going to be a game that is going to provide us with, you know, stat loads of runs, stat loads of wickets. Be patient, my friend. And if you can't, then you're following the wrong cricket. Back to the action here. We are in the last over. And just a reminder to everybody, as this one's called a wide, that as usual, at the end of the proceedings, don't go away too soon. We have got the European cricket song. And of course, Johnny Grimmer sings it. And Zachary Simpson takes another wicket. And of course he does. That's what he does. He's a wicket-taking machine. Al Makina, una otro. And the 6th wicket goes down, just trying to give himself a little bit of room, gets it all wrong, and well, it shows too much of his stumps, and the ball goes under the bat, and nicely done. That will be the end of Gilbert. 70 for 6 now. new batter comes in. Well, maybe he can make a highlight or two himself. He'll go out there and score a few runs, a couple of boundaries. That'd be nice. A nice way to end. I mean, 70 is on the board, so they have gone a little bit better than what they did first time around. And the other thing I like perhaps about it is they haven't put as much value on their wickets. They've been prepared to play their shots. And 6 wickets gone down as opposed to only 3 last time when they got 61. But there's still a lot of improvement to do. But one thing for sure is, of course, they are missing those key players, aren't they? They need to get Kendall and Nesta back in the side. And also, well, Andrew Reyes only played just the one match here. But the key players, including the likes of Lorne Burns, has to start making good contributions. You just think one of those players, a player, puts like in Latin did, and in the first match, like Barley did, you get a 40 to 50 score, then you're going to get to this average score about 90 to 100, which has been defendable. We've seen that a number of times. So a bit of homework to do, but they've got to do it quickly because they take on the Entertainers tomorrow. This one totally loses his shape. Simpson. 2 balls to go. Yeah, so stay with us if you want to hear the European Cricketer song. And of course our production crew here, Andris, Romsey and Richards, will put together a call out for you. That's another wicket. So the Duracell bunny keeps going. He gets another one. Good work there from Harry Pyle as well. Very quick to take off the bails. Another one bites the dust. There's Kitty is saying good night. Kitty, good night to you. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. And don't forget, everybody, whenever you're watching, whether you're watching us here and when you return in the morning, always remember to like, subscribe, tell your friends, tell your family, make it a thing that you want to tell 2 people about the European cricket. Tim Redmond, Amanda Hunley, all on the chat. Thank you all very much, guys. Shrugs to being there as well all the way through. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. And look, I want to say, what's the new batter that's making his way out there? And it looks like it's going to be Ashish Gyani. And we say goodbye to Richards, who's been part of the production team here. It's his last day today. So Richards will go and somebody else will come and take his place. Richards has been absolutely amazing, especially on a day like yesterday. Richards was the man who was trying to hold on to the camera. In fact, he was holding on to the camera and we were all trying to hold on to him as the wind was blowing him away. Richards has done a great job, putting in a great shift, and look forward to seeing you again soon somewhere on the road. And that is it. I believe that is the end of the proceedings. So it will be another comfortable victory for Rugby CC. So Rugby CC, as you'd expect good sides to do, and dare I say it, as champion sides do as well, when they go to rock bottom, they find a way to come back, and they were rock bottom when they had those defeats to the Entertainers. Needed to come back strong, and they've done just that. And I think having the addition of Dave Barley in the side, especially when Ian Lattin didn't quite perform in the first match, made all the difference in this match. But for me particularly, I think it's a little bit like the bowling of the Entertainers. They don't try and do anything special, but it's all about line and length and frustrating the batters, and the batters make the mistake. That's what they do so well. Ian Lattin is going to be a very happy man. Made a few today as well, especially in that second innings. Probably a bit unlucky not to get his 50. It was a great catch from Burns to get him. And yeah, this one was absolutely plumb. And there he is. Ramesh doing the damage once more. Though he had a few issues with getting the ball in the right areas. But there wasn't too many boundaries, was there? That was the other issue here. Count them up for you. I think there was only 4 boundaries in the whole innings in this one. Just 4 of them. Not that many really in the first one from them as well. And that, of course, makes all the difference. Weren't able to get themselves a good start in the power play either. And a couple of good shots that were played away. And you just had the feeling that maybe somebody, and maybe it was going to be somebody like Lorne Burns, or when he went, maybe David Robeson was going to make the difference. But it wasn't to be, and Burns, well, he won't want to see that again. It's well, what I like to say, shot Maria Ganda Bapas Argia Banda. At that point, when the little partnership was establishing, he didn't really need to do that. And then we saw another one there go. That was the captain. He came and he went pretty quickly. And that was 2 and 2. Michael was had to follow pretty quickly. He went for a first baller. And that man was on a hat-trick. And he was pretty close to getting it. And this, well, everybody's little favourite. It's Zachary Simpson, who picked up some wickets again today. And, there was his second. Good bit of work from Harry Parle. So nicely done. And it was another victory for Rugby CC. So the Pirates, though, they will still remain at the top of the standings. They've got teams now pressing on them. Entertainers are there. And of course now Rugby CC are there as well. And Entertainers tomorrow, if they are able to continue in the form that they're in, have a very, very good opportunity, not only just to catch up with Pirates, but even to overtake them. So tomorrow's going to be a big day, and I think the Pirates really, they have to come together and come back strong tomorrow. Beautiful views there in the background of where we are, the lighthouse, and of course to the left of the lighthouse is the rock itself. Plenty of bowlers used. I'm liking that as well. From Ian Lattin, he has the knack of reading a game, and I think he did it with the bat when he chose not to use Dave Barney and gave others an opportunity, and he does it with the ball as well. And what I like about it is that everybody he uses does respond very well as well. So really good work from all of the players there on the rugby side. They support the captain, and he's going to be a very happy man as he goes back tonight. And another man who's very happy because I've seen 2 more cricket matches here in Gibraltar. I'm going to be even happier tomorrow when we're going to see matches, 6 matches. Going to tune in, of course, to Vinny and Corey Ruckus in Malta. We've got some good matches coming up there, and then we'll do it all again in the evening here. That's the match summary. So a comfortable victory for Rugby CC, 22 runs this time, so a little bit better from the Pirates, but they are missing their big hitters, aren't they? That's what's coming up tomorrow. Entertainers are back against the Pirates, who have now lost 3 on the spin. I hope you can join us. Once again, it's going to be a feast of cricket coming your way on the European Cricket Network. Don't forget those matches starting in Malta as well. Great to be here. I just once again want to take this opportunity before we sign off to say a very big thank you to everybody around the ground, the Federation that put on this spectacular show, worked very hard, and again it's another demonstration of the partnership between them and the European Cricket Network, and long may that continue, growing cricket across Europe all the time. Big thank you to all the umpires. They've been absolutely brilliant again, and out there weathering the conditions and getting it right as well. Well led, of course, by Stefan Gooch, and also to our European Cricket Network crew, Mars Baji, being a Shubhnav Jot Singh, Jason, and also Manav Naik as well. You guys have been absolutely superb. And of course, it wouldn't be the same if it weren't for our production guys like Andres, who's been spot on again today, along with Richards and also our man Romez. And also, gonna have to say, Richards is leaving us today. So Richards, to wish you all the best and hope to see you again soon. And thank you for all the hard work that you've done here. And of course, I should say good morning to our guys SI in Mumbai, Rahul, Pradiham, Omkar and Jarwood, that have been doing wonderful work as well. So thank you all very much. It's very much a team effort all the way around. It's just time for me, on behalf of myself, Rika Full, and all the ECN crew here to say buenas noches to you. Un abrazo muy fuerte. Mil besos. Quiero mucho. Volvemos mañana. Take care. Be happy. Be healthy. Adios. Hasta mañana, mi familia.
Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flair with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world